We're going to start this meeting.
You got in because she said you were having problems.
May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Flores. Here. Mayor Marino.
Here.
Commissioner Powell.
Here.
Commissioner Sachs. Here. Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward. Here. Thank you.
Thank you. I've asked Commissioner Powell to lead us in a pledge, and then Commissioner Weiss in a moment of silence.
Everyone, please stand for a moment of prayer. Oh, you said the pledge or the prayer?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Invocation.
With bowed heads, we've come together, standing in the need of prayer. Dear Lord, I ask that you bless us from the crown of our heads to the soles of our feet. Dear God, we stand and seek your help today with our affairs. Bless this meeting with your divine intelligence and help us to make the best use of our own. Dear Lord, we're asking that you allow us to be diligent with our opinions in thought, word, and deed, yet we wish to reach agreement and satisfactory for all. Please share your wisdom with us to help us do right by all who are concerned, all who are citizens, and all who are stakeholders, dear Lord. Thank you for your heavenly blessing. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Mayor. Asking for a moment of silence for the senseless murders of Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky last night in Washington, D.C. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. God rest their souls.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Notice?
Yes.
Thank you. And you need proof of publication, a motion to receive and file?
Yes, we do.
Someone like to make a motion?
So moved.
First by Baxter, second by Weiss. All in favor? All opposed? See that that motion carries. Since this is a quasi-judicial meeting, I'm going to have the attorney do the swearing in.
All those wishing to testify on today's quasi-judicial proceedings, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
We have a long agenda today. I ask that everyone be composed. We will take cards until whatever agenda item is on, we are talking about. The moment we start talking about the agenda item, no more cards will be taken to be read into the record, but they will be accepted and filed with the clerk. So we are now at the agenda approval. Do we have any additions, deletions, modifications, substitutions? You name it, we got it.
Yes, we have quite a few. So we have postponement, item 13. There's a request and an attached letter to the amendments to the agenda, ZCA 2024-01593 Nash Trail. The applicant requested a postponement to June 18th, so when we get to that portion of the agenda, we will then do the motion. Consent agenda, item B1, ZVDOA Z 2024-01420, Coastal Waste and Recycling and the Ferris property. We're looking to modify the staff report, Exhibit B, to include additional findings and standards for the official zoning map amendment to standard districts B, as well as the standards for the amendments for the conditional use, same section B, consistency with the code for use criteria for the recycling plant, the chipping and mulching, and outdoor storage. Amending the development order amendment, conditional overlay zone, Exhibit C2, to replace an incorrect control number, 2007-522, and replace it with 2007 172, adding the disclosure condition to Exhibit C2, modifying Exhibit C3 to also add the disclosure condition to the resolution. Item number 2, DOA 2024-01034 Croquet Foundation, amending the development order amendment, specifically Exhibit C, engineering condition 4, and deleting engineering condition 7 and renumbering accordingly. Item number 5, DOA 2024-01918 Bridges Mizner AGR, correcting the motion for the release of the conservation easement. We're not adopting a resa, we're just approving the release. On the regular agenda, B10, LGA 2024-00011 West Delray RV Resort. We'll have a correction to the motion referencing the number 10 versus 8. On item number 11, SVZB PDD 2024-01422 West Atlantic Resort, modifying the agenda as well, correcting the reference to item number 11A. Amending development order amendment, specifically Exhibit C1, the all petitions condition number 2, correcting the reference to the ULDC article, adding in a site design condition number 3, and renumbering the remaining accordingly. Item 13, ZCA 2024-01593 Nash Trail. If the postponement isn't approved, but we have amended conditions to correct the title, which includes a conditional overlay zone, and amending the conditions of approval in Exhibit C2 to delete in its entirety condition number 1 and replacing it in its entirety. Item 2, adding in a 2C, and then deleting in its entirety condition 5 and renumbering the remaining accordingly. Item 14, CA 2023-01791 Southland Water Resources. We're adding to the agenda specifically Exhibit E10 correspondence, some letters from Brian Mast, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, letters of support, letters from the applicant dated April 24th. Amending the Class A conditional use conditions, Exhibit C, engineering condition 3, and deleting a portion of engineering 3. And that's on the first amendments to the agenda. Then we have an addendum that came out this morning on the consent agenda item ZVDOAZ 2024-1420 Coastal Waste, adding to Exhibit C4, landscape perimeter, condition number 3 in its entirety. On the regular agenda, item number 11, SVZV PDD 2024-01422 West Atlantic Resort, modifying all petition condition 2 with the correct reference, site design condition 3, adding and modifying the language and renumbering. Item 14, CA 2023-01791 Southland Water Resources, again, adding some additional correspondence of letters in support and modifying Exhibit C engineering condition 2A and B. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Got that? All in favor to approve the adoption of the agenda? All opposed? See that motion carries. We are now onto the consent agenda. Would anybody like to pull anything from consent?
I'm sorry, postponements. We have to have a motion and a vote to postpone Nash Trail. That was on the add delete.
I thought that was when we got to it on the agenda. You want to do it
In the
now?
regular agenda.
I thought
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay, no worries.
Pulling, yes, you are correct. I am wrong.
No
Pull the
problem.
items from consent that you don't want on consent.
We
So,
get that
would
on
anybody like to pull anything
recorded
from
and share it
consent?
with her husband?
Commissioner Sacks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a full schedule today, so sort of apologize for doing this, but I'd like to pull the following from the consent agenda. Items number 3, 4, 5, and 6 from the consent agenda.
3, 4, 5, and 6?
Correct.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, we will hear those immediately after the consent is approved. May I have, before we do that, I need disclosures on,
Consent.
can we just take all the disclosures on consent?
On
Or do you want to
consent,
take them?
yes.
Okay, so if you have disclosures on any consent items, including the ones that are pulled, please share those with us now. Commissioner Flores, we'll start with you.
I don't have any disclosures on consent agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks?
Thank you, Mayor. On the consent agenda, including those that have been pulled, I have on item number 4, Palm Meadows, AGR PUD, in-person meeting with Mark Perry in 2023. I receive and file emails, Outlook, calendar invites. Other than that, I have absolutely no disclosures for 5, 6, or 7, or 8.
Or 8 or 9?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward?
No disclosures for consent.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No disclosures for consent.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 1, my verbal communication, my staff spoke to the agent, Matt Barnes, the operator of the facility, Chad Abel, and several board members at the Terracina neighborhood during a site visit. I did receive email correspondence that's been filed with the clerk. On item number 7, Westmore Pines plat abatement, verbal communication, my staff spoke with Scott Backman and Donald Foster. We received email correspondence that's been filed with the clerk, and that is it for consent.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter?
Thank you, Mayor. For coastal waste and recycling, I spoke with Dan Pelowitz. Emails received have been filed with the clerk. No disclosures for 2. On 3, I've had verbal communications with Lewis Myers. Emails have been received and filed with the clerk. For number 4, no site visit, no verbal communications. Again, emails received and filed. Number 5, no disclosures. Number 6, no disclosures. And 7, no disclosures. I think that is it for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. I had no disclosures for item number 1, but as you said, Dan Pelowitz, I also had a conversation with Dan Pelowitz about item number 1. Written correspondence on item number 4, and otherwise no disclosures. We actually have some cards on the agenda items that haven't been pulled, correct? Okay, so we'll take those now.
Okay. To be clear, 4, 5, and 6 were pulled? Okay. So we have, is it for consent also? Okay. We have Alexandria Larson. You put 3 cards in, but all of items are on consent. Mina Acladios, Robert Runfolk, and Jenny Hensley. We have 2 microphones. Come on up. Oh,
How'd they get a card in?
are they submitting cards outside as well? Can we get them? Please, and Alex. Alex Larson, too. Okay.
There's Alex.
Yep, she's coming. We can be patient. We apologize for the overflow area.
Okay, outside you can't hear what you're doing. So are you on 4, 5, and 6?
4, 5, and 6 were pulled. You
Okay.
put cards in for 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, no, I saw my name called, so I came into you because I'm out there, which is really wrong, Commissioners. The way this was handled is so horrible for everybody, you included. But this is, item 14 is what everybody's here for. And I always speak on the zoning issues because what I was curious about with 4, 5, and 6 is we're changing 22.61 acres in the ULDC, the comp plan, and one other thing. I can't remember.
Okay,
Just to
hold one
clarify,
second.
I will call your name back to speak on those, because
Okay,
they've been
no, it's
pulled.
fine. I'm just,
4, 5, and 6 were all pulled, you can come back
so
on
we don't
those.
have to talk, you've pulled it, and
Those
you will.
have been pulled, but you put in cards for 7, 8, and 9 if you'd like to speak on those.
All right, well, you're gonna have to hang on a minute, because they told me 4, 5, and 6.
That's okay, but right now, they got pulled.
Okay, hang in there with me. Can you give me a moment to get my druthers together? Because this is an abandonment. Am I right? 6, 7, and 8? I mean, 7, 8, and 9 is an abandonment?
7 is an abandonment of the Pines Plat, abandoning the plat. 8 is the Airport Center Complex project, and 9 is the South County Administrative
Right,
Complex.
thank you, I apologize. They called me for something else. But anyway, with the Airport Center Commissioners, we gotta stop building for 5 minutes. You need a breath, that's obvious from this crowd here. Somebody wants us to take a breath, I'm not alone in that. Because we're building ad nauseum, we're changing things, we're doing way too much, and I think everybody needs to get a breath. Take a breath. Because when I'm reading the agendas, it'll be 251 pages of backup. Contracts are, changing, numbers are changing. It's a lot of big business, and I don't know if anybody has enough time to read it, because I don't. I'm up all hours of the night trying to read the agendas. So maybe, the South County, I know they want to do one in Boca that sounds tremendous, a complete overhaul of where your chambers are, your places, and then build all this stuff around it, and then build hotels, and build townhomes and everything else. We need a break. When we drive down here, all we see is cranes, and is that all we're going to be looking at for the next 20 years? Cranes? Building tall buildings in an area where hurricanes are going to go through at a stronger magnitude? Because let me tell you, if an Andrew had hit any of the condos, they'd be at my place in Loxahatchee. Those big storms are big. So please take this into consideration. And I hope you're doing site visits, because on several of them it said that the site visits hadn't been done. We hadn't looked at it. So please try to start doing that.
Thank you
so much.
Any other, so we had several more cards. Are these on items that have not been pulled?
These are items not been pulled.
Okay.
Patrick, you took the cards? Oh, did you?
You want to reread them?
These are all Alex.
Jenny,
No, that's 4, 5, 6.
here. Oh, yeah, sorry.
And just a reminder, name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Jenny Hensley, Mina Acladios, and Robert Runfolk, if you're in the room.
Okay. All right, so we have no more cards on the consent agenda.
Actually, Jenny didn't wish to speak.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's everybody that was consent.
I don't know. I think that it's.
Patrick?
The microphone needs to be on Adrian. Can one of you two guys go out and see what you can do? The sound needs to be on out there.
By the way, that camera right there, can you move the tripod? Can you get that out of the aisle so people don't trip on it? You're welcome to film, but please do it in a careful manner. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenny Hensley. I'm a resident at Terracina, 415 Gazetta. I did fill out a comment card. Did not put in that I want to speak because I have our HOA president in the presidency that he's speaking on, but they told him they couldn't find his card that he turned in. So if I could let him speak in our behalf, I would appreciate that.
Have him speak, but then you're going to have to fill out a comment card.
He did, and he turned it in, and they said they didn't find him.
Well,
Mina?
if we haven't found it, fill out another one, then this way we know for sure. Name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. My name is Mina Claudius, and I'm on the board for Terracina Homeowners Association. I'm actually the treasurer. And I just wanted to share that we've had good dialogue with Coastal in regard to agenda number 1. They took us on the premises. They showed us around. We were happy, and obviously I'm speaking on behalf of myself as an individual. I can't speak on behalf of the entire board, but I share a lot of the feelings are shared from what I'm going to say. From speaking with them, we have discussed, and they put in writing, and so I just want to put it for the record, that behind the wall on the north side, they're going to put areca palms. One of our biggest concerns was we live in a beautiful community. We want to make sure that when the neighbors are looking out, that they don't see industrial. And unfortunately, we're in an area right next to industrial. They agreed to put areca palms at 10 feet high to reach 15 feet within 3 years, one of every 5 feet. So I wanted to put that on behalf of the record. The other thing, board, is we do have other industrial companies there, and you can imagine if you lived in a community, you expect that there's going to be some noises during the day. There are other companies, industrial, that operate machinery after 5 p.m. So for the record, I just want to confirm that per zoning, that there are specific rules into operating loud machinery after the set times that the zoning and board has placed.
Thank you. And Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and sharing those comments. Just to let you know that the conditions regarding both the noise and the landscape vegetation are part of the conditions on approval here. So
And I appreciate that. And not necessarily for Coastal, like I said, they were very transparent. We do have waste management there, and we have had many complaints about machinery going on 10:30 at night. And you can imagine residential, if any of you lived anywhere near there, that's not something you want to hear at 10:30 at night.
I wouldn't either, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Cards are closed. Did we get a motion? Thank you. We have a motion, and we have a motion from Commissioner Weiss, a second from Vice Mayor Baxter. All in favor, all opposed. See that we accept the consent agenda minus the items 7-0. Now we will take up items 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Madam Mayor, I think we should handle the postponement now. It was on add delete, so it doesn't appear in the regular agenda.
Again, it's number 13 on the agenda, so we'll take the postponement at number 13.
I think on the add delete, it got moved up front to postponements.
I'll make a
But
motion
it is at the
to-
discretion of the board to handle it.
That's no problem. Okay. I think we've got a motion from Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, to postpone item 13.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone Nash Trail, item 13. Do we have any cards?
2 comment cards on item 13.
Do you still wish to comment on item 13 since it's being postponed? Because the only thing you can, thank you for the
It's
correction.
Walter Ross and Robert Palahuic.
The only thing you can actually discuss here is the postponement, not the item itself, but the fact that we're postponing it.
Thank you.
We'll give it a moment.
If I may, through the mayor, the audio is on outside out in the atrium, but there's a lot of conversations going on out there. So when we're calling the cards, people aren't able to hear because they're having lots of conversations in the atrium, and we apologize for that. But maybe if they listen closely, they can hear their names being called.
Madam Mayor, we also have an overflow room on the 12th floor, so they might have to give them a sec, too. Thank you. We are, yes.
They are coming through security right now.
Thank you. Give it a moment.
I wonder if we have anybody on the 12th floor. I don't know. Jerome was in charge. We didn't know about the 12th floor. It was only
Thank you, sir. Name and address for the record. And the reason you're here is for Nash Trail. We're only taking up if we should postpone it or not.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Robert Palahunik, 5536 52nd Drive South, resident. Yes, I'm in support of the postponement.
Thank you very much.
Good day, Walter Ross, address 5407 Nash Trail, Lake Worth, Florida. Yep, here to approve postponement. We arrive at some other solutions.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. We had a motion and a second on the table already. All in favor? All opposed? See that the motion carries for a postponement. We are now to item number 3, public storage. Would you like a presentation, Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. This dates back a number of years, 1984, and then again to 2017. I have had, so yes, because I have no knowledge of what's going on with this other than our staff talking to me yesterday, and with no disclosure. So, yeah, let's hear what's happening. This is my district. It's a beautiful piece of land, and I'd love to have a
Presentation?
review. Mhm.
Perfect.
So we'll turn it first over to the applicant.
Hello, good afternoon. Ellie Zacharias, Miskel Backman, 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton.
May I ask you to hold on one second?
Yes, of
I
course.
apologize. Because we did have someone come down from the 12th floor, and they had a card on consent.
Robert Renfolk.
Robert,
Robert Renfolk?
are you here?
Renfola, sorry. You can come forward.
I'm sorry, sir, there's a little confusion today. You would like to speak on an item that was on our consent agenda?
That's correct.
Okay.
This was for the item that I believe you just approved, which was the zoning applications for the coastal waste and recycling
Yes.
facility, the addition there. My name is Robert Renfola. I'm the general manager of a self-storage property that's just adjacent to that property. And over the years, we've had some negative situations with residue constantly coming and damaging our tenants' units and what have you. So we wanted to speak in opposition and find out more information to what could be done for the company to build barriers or what have you that would prevent this, certainly with the addition of additional operations there, as you might imagine.
And I'm sure with the conditions that have been approved, that they'll be addressing your issues.
How do I know that? I haven't seen anything of it. Nobody's addressed it. We are literally right across the street, right across from Wallace Road on this.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to speak to our zoning staff here.
Okay?
Yeah, Nancy, can you get this gentleman's information, and we'll connect him with Matt Barnes with WGI, and we'll talk after today. Can you get it?
I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the time.
You're welcome. All right. Sir?
Just for the record, because the comment was received after the consent agenda, just want to make sure for due process, if the commission would like to reconsider the item, they can, and if not, we can just proceed.
Would the board like to reconsider the item? Thank you.
May I
Mr.
just,
Sachs.
yes, we don't need to reconsider. However, that's a good point in due process. And let me just ask staff, were his concerns, have they been taken care of by the special conditions that you reviewed on that one application?
We will discuss his concerns with him. This property has been operating as a recycling facility for quite some time. So we will discuss with him and the applicant prior to final site plan approval, which is necessary, and see if conditions are needed at that time.
Okay, so in other words, what you're saying is that not necessarily were those concerns covered on this consent agenda application, but that you will make sure that his concerns will be addressed before the site plan is approved.
Correct.
Okay, and this man's contact will be part of the record for the next time it comes up.
Correct.
Okay, I think that takes care of the due process. Okay, I don't think we need to. Thank you. I
You're
think we need
welcome.
to- thank you.
Any other? Are we good? Thank you. Okay, we are on item number 3. We are going to have a presentation. Please, again, state your name for the record.
Good
and address.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Ellie Zacharias, Miskel Backman, 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton. I will be brief. This is the location of the property. It's approximately 8.4 acres. It's on Boca Rear Road, just south of Glades, and it's on the west side abutting there. It is zoned industrial. The future land use is industrial, and the zoning is MUPD, and it has been developed as such for approximately 40 years. This is the approved site plan. The property that's highlighted in yellow is what we're proposing to demolish, and the area highlighted in blue is the affected area, and I'll go into more detail on that. But this is the approved plan from the 80s. This is the current existing condition. We are looking to demolish the auto repair that sits right on El Rio today. We are looking to demolish that and the little office, ancillary office that was associated with it. And what we're proposing, again, we're looking to demolish that auto repair and the office, and what we're looking to replace it with is limited access, 3-story self-storage, which will be in line with and compatible with the existing limited access that already exists just to our north that you can see right there on the site plan. Again, this is the proposed site plan. It's approximately 72,000 square feet. It would be an increase of 50,000 square feet after the demolition, but a reduction in trips of 101 trips. Auto repairs are more intense uses, so not only are we removing the more intense use and removing the trips off the road, but we're putting in a new 3-story self-storage. And these are some elevations. And we have worked with staff. I believe we submitted this application in August, so we have worked with staff now for 9 months, and we appreciate all their help. We are not asking for any waivers, variances, technical deviations, nothing. This is a clean request, permitted as a right, and staff, in the 9 months we've worked together, we've assured that, and they believe we meet all that criteria, and they denote that in their staff report. And that's it. These are some of, if you have any questions, we're here to, the whole team is here to answer questions.
Commissioner Sachs's light is on, so I will
Go ahead.
ask her to.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Ms. Zacharias. Good to see you. My questions can be answered probably by you rather than staff. This was brought up in 1984. At that time, was that your client that built the car repair?
I do not believe they owned it in 1984. No, they purchased it that way.
What happened between 1984 and then 2017, when it was approved by the Board of County Commissioners, and today? How did this all happen that it's been sitting there for so long?
Well, it's been operating as an auto repair for quite some time. It is no longer operating as an auto repair.
So it's closed?
It is closed today, as we're making way, hopefully with your all approval, make way for the new self-storage facility.
Okay, so has it been closed previous to your filing the application, or is it closed, because we need an auto repair there. So is it closed because of your
I
application?
believe it closed before our application.
Okay, very good. And I just have a couple of questions and then be fine. You are adding density of 50,000 square feet of?
It is an increase of intensity of 50,000 square feet, but again, a reduction of 101 daily trips.
Right. And there's only one access, is that correct, off of Boca Rio?
That's correct.
All right. And are you going to have, and maybe staff can help me with this as well, the foliage in the front that is on Boca Rio? That's a well-traveled road between Palmetto and Glades. Is there going to be some, could you go back to that slide? Is one of the conditions, and I'm looking at Lisa, because I always look at Lisa.
Commissioner Sacks?
Just one second.
Sorry.
Is it going to have some larger native trees in the front other than what's shown in the picture?
Landscaping? All along the front. What types of trees are we putting in? Commissioner Sacks, I just wanted to note, I misspoke. There's actually 2 access points. There's one on El Rio Road and one existing that we are not altering.
Okay, that's good. So you have 2.
We do.
That's important. But again, going back to the picture, I'm sure that you're going to put some large native trees.
Absolutely. If you go to the rendering on the last slide, it shows it very clearly. And to your point, Councilmember Patrick Hart, Public Storage, 2200 Avenue K. We've acquired this property in the last 20 years.
No, it's okay, because I want to cut to the chase. We have a long agenda. I just want to know that your company will have large native trees in the front. You've got 3 stories, almost 4, with your orange public storage sign. So I just want to make sure it doesn't look like it's a sore thumb out there with that big orange.
Absolutely, and I guess all I was heading to is we completed a first phase that's multi-story that this is meant to mimic, so it'll have a much more contextual frontage on Boca
Excellent.
Rio.
I just wanted, the
with
question
landscaping.
is, and I know you're going to agree.
We'll see.
Yes, I think you will. Tall native trees fronting Boca Rio Road.
Yes, they're required to have those trees every 20 feet.
Excellent. Tall native trees. That's it. I have no further questions, and I have no issues with this.
Would you like to make the motion to approve?
Yes, I would. At this time, I'd like to make the motion to approve the application for public storage, DOA 2024-01284 on the consent agenda that was removed. But our attorney has something to say.
Just requesting disclosures before that is made.
Well, I thought
We gave all the
we did.
disclosures.
We did.
We gave all our disclosures when we did the original ones, including 3, 4, 5, and 6.
We're sharp over here, Mr. Attorney.
Okay.
Watch it.
Would you like us to do it again?
I trust you.
none
I
anyways.
trust you.
Okay, thank you.
So
All
I have
right.
a motion from the mayor. I had a second from the I'm sorry, a motion from Commissioner Sacks, a second from Vice Mayor Baxter. All in favor? All opposed? See that that motion carries 6-0 as one of our commissioners is off the dais. Thank you. All right, items 4, 5, and 6. Are we taking these all together?
That would be ideal since they're all connected.
Do we have cards on 4, 5, and 6? We have 2 cards. Okay. All right, let's do the presentation all together, and then we will take the cards. Who are the 2? That's a very good question. Thank you. Who are the 2 cards?
The cards will be Alexandria Larson and Sharon White.
Be prepared.
Ready?
You want a timer?
No, ma'am. Good afternoon. For the record, Kevin Rattery, Vice President, GL Homes, 1600 Sawgrass Corporate Parkway, Sunrise, Florida, 33323. I'm going to do the presentation for items 4, 5, and 6 together because they're all interrelated with one another. They relate to Meadows, Bridges, Mizner, and what's called the Johnson rezoning. So everybody knows where we're talking about. The Palm Meadows development is located on the north of Boynton Beach Boulevard to the east of Lyons Road. It is an existing residential community consisting of 288 homes and an equestrian facility consisting of the track, grooms, and other ancillary equestrian-related uses. Bridges Mizner AGR PUD is known as Mizner Country Club, The Bridges, and Lotus, 3 separate developments located on the east side of Lyons Road between Atlantic Avenue and Clintmore Road. And the Johnson property is located on the west side of State Road 7. The continuation of Flavor Picked is along the northern side of that, obviously doesn't cross State Road 7. I'm not going to get into the application summaries because I will just get to the point here. Why are we here? We're here because when Palm Meadows PUD was originally developed, the equestrian facility developed first, the residential community developed second. It was one of the first developments done in the agricultural reserve area.
And they are not a 60-40 PUD. They are a 62-38 PUD, which means they over-preserved. And so we have entered into a contract with the landowner at Palm Meadows Preserve Area, an affiliated company of Magna Entertainment, and with the HOA at Palm Meadows to capitalize and capture 22.61 acres of unused preserve area or unneeded preserve area to meet their 60-40 requirement. What's unique about Palm Meadows is they have a very specific condition of approval which retired the unit right attributable to any excess preserve. So I want to make it clear for the record. We are not adding a single unit to Palm Meadows. It is approved for 288. It will stay 288. To effectuate what we're putting forward, we are then taking that 22.61 acres of excess preserve, we're moving it down to Bridges Mizner PUD. For the record, I am not adding a single unit to Bridges Mizner PUD. I am simply swapping preserves, and then the end result of that is the 22.61 acres will be taken out of preservation for the Johnson property. And I'm going to show you the aerial of that, or the graphic of that. Excuse me, let me go back. Can I go back? Yes, I can.
Oh, yeah.
So the question is,
Hold on a
what are we
second.
doing with the 22.61 acres?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, if I may. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 3 applications in different areas of the county. I would like to, and I know staff can do this, in 3 minutes possibly, but I can't. I have 3 different ones, different areas, different requests, different applications. Could we go right now to the Palm Meadows AGR PUD that the applicant has started with? Is that okay, Ms. Amara? Okay, very good. Okay, so if I could have a staff report on this one. This is the Palm Meadows AGR PUD, east side of Lyons Road. This is one that he just discussed, so we can make it in an organized way.
That application number 4 is just removing 22.61 acres of excess preserve area that they don't need for their calculations for density or preserve acreage.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, and Ms. Amar, if I could. So what we're looking at is we have an equestrian area that has a separate landowner. Yes?
I'm not 100%. I know that there's individually owned homes in the residential portion, but I believe that this red area being removed is owned by Palm Meadows.
It's owned by an affiliated division of Magna Entertainment.
Yeah, it's all on, the yellow striped and the red striped is under the same ownership, correct?
That's correct.
But my concern is with the equestrian area. Who owns that? And because that is certainly a part of this application.
Correct. Kevin just mentioned the name of the owner.
It's an affiliated entity of Magna Entertainment. They consented to this application being filed. We have a contract with them to facilitate the approvals that are before you today.
So does staff have a copy of that letter?
We would have the consents that they would have submitted with the applications. We wouldn't have a copy of any contracts that were privately done, but we do have consent from the property owner.
So Mr. Rotary has assured you that that consent is in writing?
Well, we have the consent. They're property owners and applicants.
Yes.
We have to have that consent.
He's vice president. We're taking his word that you have that consent, that he has the letter confirming it. Just want to be sure, because that's contiguous to what's happening in this application. Yes?
We have consent.
Good, okay. How about the HOA?
The HOA isn't typically required to provide consent because none of the property is within the HOA for that number 4.
That's true, President.
We have consent for the Palm Meadows project for the Thoroughbred Training Center, as well as Palm Meadows HOA.
So we have the consent from the president of the HOA,
Yep.
where this is going right into, right? Wendy?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. Okay. I have, this may be absolutely 100% beautiful. So what is the intent of doing this application of modifying the master plan?
The intent is to release the 22.61 acres that is in excess of what is needed for the development.
For what development?
This development right here, it has more acreage in preserve than it needs to meet our minimum requirements.
Who has the 22 point, who has that excess? Is it the HOA or is it the equestrian?
I'll look to Kevin again. I believe it's the
It
equestrian.
looks to me like it's the HOA.
No, ma'am, it is the owner of the preservation lands, which is the affiliated entity of Magna Entertainment, owns the 22.
So the equestrian center has the ownership of the 22 excess acres. And they're the ones that's is selling it? Is that what we are doing here? Are we changing the preserve land so that the HOA can use it?
It's going to remain as preserve. It's just going to be affiliated with a different AGR PUD.
So it's going from the equestrian center over to the HOA, still as preserve?
It's still going to be preserved. Right now, it's affiliated with the Palm Meadows AGR PUD. It's proposed to be deleted from this entire development order as preserve for this development order, but it will remain as preserve for Bridges Mizner. I don't know why I can never remember that name.
Yeah, I know, they all sound the same. But my interest is, simple question, but I need a simple answer in American English. Why are we doing this? Why are we approving this? Is there something in particular that is important for this?
Mr. Rattery?
So let me just clarify.
But if I may, I know you're going to clarify very well, Mr. Rattery, but this is county staff, and you have approved this. I just want to know, what is the future of this approval? What will happen?
This one, number 4, we're recommending approval because it meets the standards that we have for these requests in the code, and the future of this is to remain in preserve area associated with the equestrian facility.
Okay, so it will not be removed from preserve?
Correct. It will
Okay.
stay preserve, it just changes the PUD it's associated with, but it stays preserved for equestrian purposes.
Okay, and all the regular required approvals from the adjoining sites have been confirmed, received by staff? Okay. Nobody came to see me on this, by the way, my colleagues, so it's good that I understand exactly what's going on. Thank you. I have no questions of Mr. Rattery, and I have no further questions of staff. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So at this time, since we have 2 cards,
Hi, I'm Sharon Waite, 15058 75th Lane North, Loxahatchee. I have my card on 5 and 6 and 4. I guess I can just throw that in there. But I've never heard of anything that was over-preserve. I've never heard that term in my life. With the county standards the way they've been in the past, and I've been here 30 years, I've never heard of such a thing. And I'm thinking, are your priorities in perpetuity, or can they be relinquished at any time that it seems convenient to give GL more room? I'm concerned about that. GL's got his fingerprints all over the acreage and everywhere. And that disturbs me a little bit. And now he's all over this agenda. And as far as I'm concerned, I grew up with horses, and to me, the horses are a pretty good neighbor. I don't think we need any more building.
thank you.
Sorry, Kevin. Oh, go right ahead.
How the hell can you over-preserve? Please, dear God, when I hear this stuff, I just die at night. And my husband isn't here anymore, so I take it out on you. Because I used to call Danny out of bed and say, Daniel, can I believe what I'm reading here? And Danny would say, no, Alex, they're insane. That was my husband. I loved him to death. But the maximum amount, why can't these 22 acres just stay where they are? Why do we have to swap them around? Why do we have to play tic-tac-toe? Because that's what we're doing here. It's a matter of semantics. With all, this whole agenda should have been postponed, and we should have went right directly to rock mining. That might have been a little bit less stressful for everybody today. I always try to do it with humor, commissioners. I don't ever try to attack you or anything, but it's ridiculous, some of it. Because we're under oath when we're up here. I don't know if these people know this, but you're sworn in. I'm under oath. That's why I have fun with it, because at least I'm under oath and I know I don't have to remember anything I said. Maximum. With the maximum preserved, can't we have maximum preserved instead of minimum preserved? Because let me tell you, the footprint down there, I don't know if anybody saw in the news, but like Bednar's just poisoned a whole bunch of people throughout the United States with the vegetables. We got some problems. We're sending our problems to other people. This is, I mean,
Ms. Larson, can you stay on topic?
I'm trying, commissioners, but over-preserve and maximum is what got me when I'm sitting here. Because we should not ever, there's no way to over-preserve anything. We're paving over every square inch. And Sharon was correct when she said that the footprints are everywhere, and it's not just GL, it's many builders. There's, you've got people down here all the time. But there's no way that we should be doing the ULDC, the comp plan, and something else every time. We're trying to put square pegs into round holes. That's what we keep doing. And it's not gonna work eventually. You know what I want you to lobby for next year in Tallahassee? Water, because we don't have enough. And we're not going to have enough for all this building that we're doing. So maybe can we preserve the 22.61 acres and just leave it where it is? Because 68% and 28%, oh, we made a mistake on our acres. Well, then keep it where it is. And the other place already has its preserve, right? It's already got his set aside. So maybe we should just leave it as it is. Let them have an extra 22.61 acres up the street, and it'll just be there. And you can build, Ms. Sachs was asking for big native trees. Put 22 acres of big native trees there, and maybe people will sit under them and have some shade in this heat. And I appreciate your time and patience, commissioners, but when I'm reading it, it's too hard because I am down here. I do care. I've cared for many, many years, and I didn't ever quit, and I'm not gonna, unless big guy tells me not to. But, please try to preserve some land, please, down there.
Commissioner Sachs.
Okay, what concerns me, besides the fact of, still don't understand why we're doing this, is that, and I'm reading from page 5 of our standard analysis and findings as prepared by staff. Available density. The maximum density of an AGR PUD is 1 dwelling unit per acre of land, provided it meets the 60/40 requirements. Based on this policy, the overall 439.27 acre subject site could yield 439 dwelling units. And then it goes on about the groom quarters. By granting this application today, could this lead the way for more dwelling units, as it states in the available density of our standard analysis and findings?
Commissioner, I'll take that.
Sir, go right ahead.
The planning right up. Brian Davis with the Planning Division. This is a standard analysis that we provide for consistency with the plan under what the maximum potential development is under the land use designation. So if they're a 60/40 PUD, they get 1 unit per acre.
Now, my question is real simple. If we do this application today, because it states right here, they'll be able to put in someone, not necessarily this developer, but any developer, if we approve this today, they'll be able to develop 439 dwelling units in that site, in the subject site. That's the question, sir. Is that an answer that we have or not?
This is a very convoluted project because of the groom's quarters.
It's a convoluted project. What I'm questioning is this. Look, developers can develop wherever we allow them to by zoning. I have had no preparation for this. No one has come to see me, all right, from any of these applications. I listened to others of my colleagues. No one has had any site plans or any involvement in this.
Hold on one second.
And right now,
Please
it's
turn off
becoming-
your cell phones, or we'll ask you to be removed if they're still on and ringing during our meeting. Please turn off your cell phones.
So, thank you very much, Mayor. I thought it was background elevator music, sort of Western music.
But
there.
I do think that Mr. Rattery can answer your question.
Well, I was
Well, no,
actually
I'm-
attempting to answer and I was cut off, so I was trying to get to the salient points. It's a very difficult project because of the groom's quarters. There's units that were there that were not used. That's why planning back in the original approval said that the units were exhausted at that point. So it's a discussion of potential, then zoning, you cap it. So we're just saying it's okay for them to do it for the purposes of consistency. That's all that analysis is. So the development order condition that's already there says there's no more units. So to sit there and try and account how the groom's quarters came out, that just makes it less clear. So the idea is they had what they had. There is no more units being proposed. There's a potential, but the zoning development order caps it. That's the difference between planning and zoning.
So in other words, our zoning staff could say, you can't build anything there.
Well, the county commission has previously said you cannot build anything there more there than, you can't reach the full potential. You reach what the original request was, and we capped it. That's
So
where it is.
let's leave it. I don't understand why in the county we are doing this unless somebody can say, well, they're going to build groom's quarters or more equestrian stalls, or they're going to expand the equestrian area. But it appears to me that what we are allowing them to do in the future is to build 439 units. Now, if that is not the case, I'd need somebody from staff to say it's not the case.
This project can only build 288 units. That's what it's built as.
288 units.
That's where it's capped as.
So by approving this,
Whose cell phone is going off, please? This is disrupting the meeting. Again, turn your cell phones off. If your cell phone continues to ring, you will be escorted out of this chamber. I appreciate that, but we've given notice. I don't want to be the bad guy, even though it turns out I am being the bad guy. But
you're not the bad guy.
I'm not. We're trying to get an answer here. At the end of the day, are there any more units going to get built that haven't been approved?
Not on this one project, and not on the next project, Mizner, but on the last one, the Johnson rezoning number 6, that will be the liberated 22.61 acres that now will no longer have a preserve requirement on them. They will just be regular AGR. And Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but
I'd like to see our staff know the answers.
Yeah.
Okay, developers are business people, and God bless them.
Yes.
I want them to do business, and I want them to make money and pay taxes. But we are the county, and I'd just like to know in simple American English, what happens as a result of this application if we approve it? That's it. Okay, is it additional equestrian stalls and grooms, or is it a possibility in the future to build more housing units?
there is no ability for extra housing on this number 4 at all with this request, or number 5. But with number 6, even
Well,
though
that's
the
okay.
site,
That's- I don't want to get too committed. So,
Okay,
with
so number 4, no more extra units.
And one last question, Madam Mayor. Why are we doing it?
The applicant applied.
Okay, Mr. Ryder, why are you doing this if you have no intentions of helping the equestrian area or the HOA?
Again, for the record, Kevin Rattery, we have entered into a contract with the owner of the equestrian facility, which means that we are paying them money to be able to facilitate the approval that is before you today. We have also entered into a contract with the HOA, which means we are paying them money to facilitate the approval that's before you today. So both of those ownership interests do have a financial incentive to participate and to consent to the application. I want to make the record very clear here because it's a lot of confusing talk. The ownership of the 22.61 acres within Meadows PUD is not changing. The current owner of the property that entered into contract with GL is going to be the property owner after the contract closes. That does not change. The condition of approval in the development order for this particular PUD specifically states that it is capped at 288 residential units. We are not asking to add any residential units. We are simply taking excess preserve and moving it to another development. Lisa is correct. At the end of the day, petition number 6 will set up a bank for these 22.61 acres/units to be utilized in a future PUD that will have to come through a public hearing process before this board. It happens all the time with regard to the movement of preserved parcels. So I want to, because the district commissioner wants to stay on item number 4, I want to make sure the record's clear on item number 4. No change in ownership, no increase in units, and the benefit to the parties is that they have a financial interest in this petition moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to recap, so GL is purchasing ownership rights without losing it's giving money, paying money, and that's good, to the Equestrian Center and the HOA. You're going to transfer that to number 6, so you can then build more units on number 6.
No, ma'am. We're transferring it to number 6 so that in the future, number 6 could be utilized as preservation for a future PUD.
So
we cannot develop on numbers.
I'm sorry, sir. Only one of us can speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was responding to your question. I apologize.
Yes, you were. But let me summarize what you said. You're transferring it. So it's a transfer to number 6 build on number 6. And that's what was confirmed by staff.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No,
Thank
ma'am,
you,
that's
sir.
not what I said.
You see, if I don't understand it, then I don't like it. And I'm sorry, sir. I just don't understand why a big developer, a good developer like GL, is purchasing property rights to transfer to a number 6, where we say there's a possibility of development. And so I cannot approve this. But I'm only one of 7. Thank you, sir.
Correct. And
Okay.
Vice Mayor Baxter has her light on.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions for staff. Is this allowed,
Yes.
what they're asking for?
Yes, it
4,
is.
5, and 6. Are we making any special exemptions? Are we changing anything for this to take place? So currently, it is allowed by our plan.
It's allowed by the plan, and this issue has come up multiple times before. The board has never placed.
I
a
got you.
policy.
Hold on. You're jumping ahead on me. Scott? Hi. What are the legal ramifications if we decided to not allow them to do something that is allowed by our plan at this point in this case?
There are standards of approval for each of these items, and staff has given their position that all the standards have been met. That is what you look at. There's no precedent being set. Each application stands on its own.
And do we have to meet the standards of competent, substantial?
Yes, each of the standards has to be supported by competent, substantial evidence on the record.
That's what I was looking for. And do we have any that we know of competent, substantial evidence that would allow us as a board without very costly financial ramifications potentially to deny this project?
Your staff, your professional staff's analysis and opinion would almost definitely qualify as competent, substantial evidence. I believe there have only been 2 public comments in opposition. Generally,
Well, the staff would be competent, substantial evidence if it was, let's say, opposed. But they're given competent, substantial evidence saying that it is allowed by our plan.
I don't think that they're saying it's allowed by right. You still have to go through the zoning application and meet the standards. I think he's saying that the transfer of the preserves and the acceptance of the application is allowed. It is up to you and your determination to determine whether there's competent, substantial evidence on the record to support a finding that all of the standards have been met or that any of the standards haven't been met.
Thank you. And I'll ask staff again. Is there, in your opinion, any evidence or reasons that that this would meet any of those standards that allows us to deny this project?
These three, there's no evidence that we have seen that would support a denial because of the way that it meets the standards. It's not adding, the liberated parcel is not contiguous to a right-of-way. It has no development potential outside of a future preserve area or agriculture. It might be different if it was fronting State Road 7 or something where there might be different circumstances, but this meets the standards that we reviewed it against.
Thank you. And so that's where I'm having a problem. I think most people hear me say it a lot. I want to support, it doesn't sound like our district commissioner likes this project, but I am not hearing or finding any substantial evidence that would allow us, because this is a quasi-judicial, this is different, right? This isn't whatever we want today. Has to have a legal standard for us to deny it. And without hearing that, I am going to make the motion to approve 4, 5, and 6, because I can't find any reason not to.
I will look at the attorney. Can we
Well,
take
you said you
4,
preferred
5,
us
and
to take
6
them
together?
together.
Yeah, I think they're all
Linked.
linked together in a way that one couldn't be approved without the other. I think that's fine, but just note that I think the add delete had a change to one of the motions that got in, right? That the 5B is not adopting a resolution to approve the release of the easement, it's just approving the release of the easement. Okay.
Thank you. I have a motion from the Vice Mayor. I have a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Sachs, your light is on.
Yes, I agree with the attorney. We do 4, 5, and 6 together, but I preempted that by asking questions for 4. Now, if we could proceed to 5 and then proceed to 6, then we can have the motion to approve them all together. Because let me tell you something. I'm seeing this for the first time this week. Okay, so I'm asking questions because nobody came to see me. And as far as my disclosures that was made to the public, nobody came to see anybody. So maybe we don't even, maybe they don't need to come to the board. Maybe they can get it as a matter of right. But in the meantime, you see what I mean, Commissioner Weiss? Did somebody come and show you what they were doing? I didn't have that happen. So what I'm saying is that if I could hear a presentation by Mr. Rattier for 5 and for 6 and hear from staff, then we could go ahead and do it all together.
Thank you.
Is that okay, Mr. Lawyer?
Sure, I think if you wanted to vote on them separately, you could.
No, you could do it all together.
I know, I'm just laying
I just
out.
want a presentation.
Sure.
4, 5, and 6,
Okay.
and then we could take the vote. We've almost gotten the vote already, but if I could hear from Mr. Rattier for number 5 and staff from number 5 and then number 6, very briefly.
Actually, I'm going to ask the board if they would like a presentation on these, because
Okay.
I think we've exhausted, and I think we understand. And while we understand your not considering that, not in favor of this, I think the general consensus of the board is that they do not need any more information. A motion and a second have been made. Is there any more discussion? Commissioner Flores, your light is on.
So, I think Commissioner Sachs did ask for these items to be pulled, and just out of respect, I think if that was her wish from the very beginning, she wanted a presentation, by us preempting a motion that is a blanket approval across 4 and, what are the other ones?
4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, and 6.
6, right.
Then it does not allow her to hear or ask questions regarding that. So I do have a problem with that. I do not have a problem with carrying this particular item that we just heard forward. So I just want to clarify that.
So is that a substitute motion to just make a motion on item number 4?
I might make this very brief. I am opposed to swapping preserved land so that a developer, any developer, can build on areas that were not zoned for that originally. And that is my objection. So what's happening to us in the county is that land is being used to swap so that other land can be used to develop. And I am opposed to that. So I don't need any other discussion. And I'm sorry that it's happening, but I'm only one of 7. So note my objection for the record, and we can go ahead and proceed to the vote. If we could vote now, would be fine. Thank you,
Okay.
Matt.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve items 4, 5, and 6. Do we need to read each of those different motions into the record?
I believe it was captured by the add delete, so that should make it part of the motion that you're approving.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? See that motion carries 6-1 for
Thank you.
4, 5, and 6. Items number 7, 8, and 9 were taken up in the consent agenda. We are now on to the regular agenda item. And the first item on our agenda is item 10. Do we have any cards on item 10?
Items 10, 11, and 12 are also somewhat related, and the applicant may want a presentation, but it's at the will of the board for items 10 and 11.
Okay.
I think we have cards.
We do have cards.
Number of cards.
We have cards on 10, 11, and 12. I would ask that since we're taking these, are we taking separate votes for 10, 11, and 12?
I think we should take separate votes on all of them, but as per standard protocol, you can hear the comp plan and zoning together combined. So yes, I would do the disclosures now.
Okay.
So disclosures.
Let's do disclosures on, we're going to do disclosures first, then we'll do comments. And since we're taking all 3 items together, we'll take 1 card for all 3 items. Okay? So, Commissioner Powell, any disclosures on 10, 11, or 12?
Just 11.
Just 11, oh, correct, thank you. Any disclosures on item number 11?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had communication with Lauren McClellan, Jennifer Morton, and Roger Fina.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had verbal communications with Lauren McClellan, Jennifer Morton, and Roger Fina.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had no site visit, verbal communications with Lauren McClellan, Jennifer Morton, Roger Freed. Emails have been received and filed with the clerk.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward?
On item 11, I had verbal communications with Jennifer Morton, Lauren McClellan, Roger Fina, and email correspondence filed with the clerk.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks?
For items 10 and 11, I've had in-person meeting with Laura McClellan, Jennifer Morton, Roger Fina, Paul Chavosti. I've received and filed emails and as well as any calendar invites and a site visit as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores?
On item 11, I've had no site visits, and I've had written and verbal communications with Jennifer Moore, Lauren McClellan, and Roger Fina.
Thank you. And I have had verbal communication with Lauren McClellan, Jennifer Morton, and Roger Fina. And at this time, did the board want a presentation?
I have a motion already ready to go.
So procedurally, it's a little tricky because all 3 are connected. The first 2 definitely are. The second one is not concurrent in the sense that it will be coming back to you next time, and it is technically separate. So I think 10 and 11 should be handled together, but maybe treat 12 separately.
Since this is...
Okay.
I think we have cards.
And so we do have cards on this. Again, if you put a card in for all 3, you're getting 3 minutes to talk on all 3. So if you want to read the cards that we have.
So we're doing 10, 11, 12. That would be Harold Gretzky, Linda Smith, and Alexandria Larson.
Sir?
I am Harold Gretzky. I'm a licensed professional engineer, and I live at 8542 Eagle Run Drive in Boca Raton, unincorporated Palm Beach County. And I'm here on behalf of the Boca Raton Amateur Radio Association. And just north of the proposed parcel, we have a compound which we would like to thank the county for allowing us to be there. It's a very unique facility. At any given day, members can go to that facility and communicate around the world, and most importantly, within the county, and then out of the county, if there was, a hurricane, this could be a tremendous asset. Our members are widely members of various CERT teams, and this is important. This facility was sited in the county park because there's nothing around it. The omnipresent electronic noise that is available everywhere, right, is absent there. So the quiet allows this facility to communicate in ways that if it was in a GL Homes development would not be possible. Okay, so I'm here to say that we oppose because of the electronic noise that would be present from all these various RVs with all of their gadgets and things like that. As a citizen, I'm opposed because we're actually living in an environmentally fragile area. We have many, many people here. We're paving over the world. We rely on open spaces and open land to process today's rain into tomorrow's drinking water. And every square foot of asphalt, impedes that process. In addition, if there was to be torrential rain, we depend on this open land to absorb the water so it doesn't overwhelm, the flood control features. So, both as a citizen and as an amateur radio operator, we oppose this. I'd like to invite any member of the county commission on Wednesdays from like 10 a.m. to noon, and on Saturdays from 10 a.m. to noon if you'd like a tour of the facilities and its capabilities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida, Sierra Club. I have very short comments on West Delray RV Resort. It probably applies to the other ones as well. Privately initiated revisions to the comprehensive plan. This is a project, or at least the West Delray is, in the Ag Reserve, west of State Road 7, the old line in the sand, very close to the Loxahatchee Refuge. At this point, I know the tea leaves. What I'm asking for is night sky compliant lighting and native planting, and I defer my 2.5 minutes to other items in the future for good grace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Larson?
Just the radio guys should say, don't do this. We do need communication, because guess what? Your cell phone goes down when there's a hurricane. You won't be able to communicate. That's why I have a landline, because it works. I'm telling you, stop. Can't we stop and take a breath? Take off 2 weeks and say, no, we're not going to build this week. Agree with the commissioner who is in the district instead of voting against them. This is constant. People do see this. I get it. I'm the man about town because I get stopped on the street. For some reason, they remember my face. And they will stop me and talk to me about it. And they're intimidated and they don't want to talk in public. They have all kinds of reasons not to come, but they really do have a heart that stop doing this. It's a dumb idea. If there's a ham radio thing, anything that helps us after a storm, because the storms are getting bigger and faster and everything. It's just not slowing down, commissioners. It's not changing. And I don't know what it'll take, because in 04, 05, this room got taken out. They had to meet up on the 12th floor for quite a while, because this was the one room that got attacked in one of the storms. And I think it was God giving a little poke, slow down. And here we are again, because there you are. The gentleman had a great idea, and he said, come and look at it, because that's why I was asking you to do site studies when you go, go out and look at it by yourself, with someone, whatever you want to do. Go check the surrounding area and what's going on. Because some things do interfere with each other, just like I interfere with this group all the time. It's the way it is, commissioners, because there's cause and effect. I've learned that when I was 3 years old. My grandmother taught me cause and effect. This is the cause, then this is the effect. You don't want the effect. That's what she got. That's what she slammed home. We don't want to deal with the effect. So hopefully maybe one RV park, not 3 of them, and maybe not where the radio people that are going to have the communication to help you, because my aunt was on Bimini and she was Waypoint. She was the one that communicated with all the ships and everybody when there was a hurricane, and she's still there. So thank you for your time, and think about this. Think about the future.
So Commissioner Weiss, your motion was for 10, 11, and 12. Can we amend it to 10 and 11? I mean, I'm looking straight at you, too. You know what? Sorry. It happens every once in a while. I'm not going to touch that. Commissioner Flores, would you please restate your motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve item 10 and 11.
And Commissioner Weiss, you were the one that seconded, correct? Yes. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve items 10 and 11. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0 for item 10 and 11.
And I'll make a motion to approve item 12.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Flores, got it right, and a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? See that motion carries 7-0. Item 13 has been postponed. This is now Southland Water Resource. We have a multitude of cards. I'm going to let you all know now, because of the quantity of cards and because of the quantity of emails that we have all received, you're all going to get 2 minutes. You are not going to get 3. If we gave you all 3 minutes, we'll be here for 4 hours, or more, actually. So we have almost 50 cards. We are going to let staff, who's going to be doing the presentation? Okay. We're going to have staff do a presentation.
Madam Mayor, I believe that certainly up to the board, normal process is for the applicant to go first, but also just to dispense with this, because there's going to be a lot of discussion, maybe we can just do disclosures now to get that out of the way.
That'd be great. All right, everybody find their disclosure page. Commissioner Flores, we'll start with you.
Fun. All right, so I've had written communications from over 6,000 emails that have been filed with the clerk. I've had received letters from the Central Palm Beach County Chamber, the City of Pahokee, Florida, City of Belle Glade, Office of the Mayor, Florida Sportsmen's Conservation Association, United Waterfowlers of Florida, Coastal Conservation Association of Florida, and the South Florida Water Management District. They've all been filed with clerk. And verbal communication with Cliff Hertz, Caroline Villanueva, and Matt Idson, and no site visit.
I have had, this is Sachs, 14, verbal communication with Cliff Hertz, an in-person meeting with Cliff Hertz, Eric Edwards, Caroline Villanueva, and verbal communications with Matt Edison, Eric Edwards, Karen Marcus, and received and filed one more email than Commissioner Flores did. And Outlook invites as well. Thank you, Mayor.
If I may adjust mine, I also spoke to Karen Marcus and Chip Block.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 14, I had verbal communications with Cliff Hertz, Matt Edison, Ernie Cox, Caroline Villanueva, Eric Edwards, and Christopher McVoy. I had, as of 12:45, today 6,568 emails submitted to the clerk, and numerous letters also copied and filed with the clerk.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So for number 14, no site visit, verbal communications with Cliff Hertz, Caroline Villanueva, Matt Edison, Ben Butler, forgive me for mispronouncing that, Brandon Thomas, phone calls, social media messages, and emails received have been filed with the clerk, and I'm also going to add Mayor Kyles and Mayor Wilson. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
can I-
Commissioner Woodward, update?
Sorry, also Mayor Steve Wilson.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, I had verbal communication with Matt Edson, Caroline Villanueva, Cliff Hertz, Eric Edwards, Ernie Cox, Commissioner McVoy. I had a Zoom. I'm waiting for my office to give me the names from yesterday. Let's see, Eve Samples, Richard Grissom, Gil Smart. We're still missing somebody. And we received emails and letters that we have filed with the clerk. And I have one more name. It's coming in. Type faster, Niels. He's listening. Well, come back to, Mr. Grosso. There we go.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had verbal communication with Matt Edson, Caroline Villanueva, Cliff Hertz, Karen Marcus, Lisa Interlandi, Kara Cap. I've had correspondence, and Eric Edwards. That's verbal communication. And the original was in-person meeting. Correspondence via email by Chris McVoy, and I would venture to say the same number of emails as my colleagues. As a matter of fact, it looks like we're still getting emails. There's no way to independently verify all of the emails. And if I were to read all the names, of course, we'd be here until 3 days from now. But we have filed those with the clerk, and those are my disclosures as I know.
Thank you. I've had written correspondence that I filed with the clerk, and to date, it's been over 7,000 emails, so I will not read all of those names, because probably some of you are in the room. But I have also met with Caroline Villanueva, Matt Edson, Cliff Hertz, Lisa Interlandi, Eric Eichenberg, Kara Kappa, Bradley Watson, Chris McVoy, Eve Samples, Richard Grosso, Gil Smart. And Commissioner Weiss, did I ding, ding, ding something in your brain?
I had verbal communications with Eric Eichenberg.
Okay, thank you. Did you too? No. Okay, good. All right. So all of our disclosures have been filed with the clerk. So we are now on to the petitioner doing their presentation, and then we'll hear from the staff. And then we'll hear from those who put in comment cards. And just a reminder for those who put in comment cards, while we are inviting you to speak for 2 minutes, if you can be concise and do it in less, we'd appreciate that. We know where there's feelings in the room, both for and against, so we appreciate your concise words. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm hoping this works. Everybody hear me now?
That one's not working.
Maybe.
Try again. Sounds like it, but there you go.
It's working. There you go. Everybody hear me now? I'm Matt Edson, Vice President, Phillips and Jordan. Our address is 30115 State Road 52, San Antonio, Florida. Here today to present the Southland project.
If you're going to hold the mic, you got to hold it closer. There you go.
It's keeping me from bending over again. The Southland Water Resource project started its development in early 2023. We sat down with the South Florida Water Management District executive staff with the initial idea of creating the Southland Water Resource project. That was a back of napkin idea at the time. We met with staff to continue to develop it. We did some fatal flaw analysis, And through that development, we decided to press forward with actual engineering and start the engineering of the project. The project's located on 8,600 acres. It'll provide storage to a total of 120,000 acre feet at completion. It consists of 13 individual cells, and the first 20,000 acre feet will be delivered in under 5 years. Stormwater treatment areas 5 and 6 continues to experience periods of drought, and additional storage delivered in an accelerated timeline for these STAs is critical. I think they're actually dry today. A consistent and continuous steady flow of water is critical for vegetative water treatment systems, because if there's no water, there's no plant life and there's no nutrient removal. Southland Water Resource project is strategically located with a direct connection to the Miami Canal, allowing for various flow paths to downstream STAs and other water features. Phillips and Jordan has a long history with South Florida Water Management District, delivering projects such as the A2 STA, the Stormwater Treatment Area, C51 Reservoir, L8 Reservoir, C43 BOMA Test Facility, and most recently stepping in to complete the C43 Reservoir project when the other contractor was removed from the project. Most recently, we were awarded the Lake Hickpachee project north of the Caloosahatchee River, and we were just recently low bidder on the Miami Canal project. P&J is currently the design builder of over 15,000 acres of vegetative treatment in South Florida, north of Lake Okeechobee and south of Lake Okeechobee. We worked or have currently worked or in future works with South Florida Water Management District and Army Corps of Engineers constructing the first two components of the EA Reservoir, the A2 Stormwater Treatment Area, and the 10A Intake Canal, which we're working on today. Specific to Southland Water Resource project, our engineering team, scientists, modelers, hydrologists, and ecologists were all involved or directed the adjacent projects, such as the A2 Stormwater Treatment Area and the EA Reservoir. This engineering team was assembled to ensure that we had no conflict with those other projects so that we could share that data between the two projects. This project, as soon as it starts, provides 100 to 140 high-paying jobs and employment positions in the Tri-Cities region, in addition to the already employed residents that we have in the community currently working on other projects. These positions include some training, growth and education opportunities, health insurance benefits, retirement benefits, and various other quality of life benefits as long-term gainful employment positions. Phillips and Jordan's continued commitment to local staffing means earned income will stay within the communities themselves. Southland also provides the county with an average annual revenue of approximately $300,000 in environmental resource fees. Statewide benefit it provides due to a critical aggregate storage in the state of Florida. As most of you know, over the last few years, a lot of our imports of aggregate have been cut off from South America and Mexico, and we're having to import most of the aggregate from either the Bahamas or Nova Scotia, which is now going to be affected by most of the tariffs that are going to happen coming from Canada. Make sure we have the separation and the buffers where the cutoff walls are going to go. All the details have been done, and those started in mid-2023. As we worked up to today, we have continued to work with our engineering team, also in conjunction with the Army Corps of Engineers. As a matter of fact, we just had our full 10-hour-day site visit last week with the Army Corps of Engineers. Four of their team members were on site. We rode the entire 8,600 acres. We've been in constant communication since 2023 with the Army Corps of Engineers leadership teams. This is a proximity map of the EA Reservoir and the Southland Water Resource project. I developed this map to show everyone here that the Southland Water Resource project and the A2 Reservoir project both have seepage cutoff walls incorporated into their project. This ensures that there is no subaqueous hydraulic connection between the two, the water can't intermingle, and that we're far enough apart. Those two walls, after the property line included, are almost 1,560 feet apart for that 4,500 feet. That's a big importance to everybody here. If we can't dry out a Southland reservoir, a low hazard reservoir, there's no point in the reservoir. So we've had to do a lot of hydraulic modeling, a lot of work to prove that it takes minimal effort to create the space to add water to that reservoir. You have to have space to move the water in off the Miami Canal. This is the cross-section from the A2 STA, stormwater treatment area, and the Southland project as well. Again, we have the same 1,000-foot buffer and mitigation area to the STA. We have the inflow canal to the EA reservoir. We have the seepage canal of the A2 STA. We also have the seepage canal of the Southland Water Resource project. Vast amounts of hydraulic separation between the two. So this is going to be the construction means and methods. In this region, Phillips and Jordan has been here for over 5 years now, working with the Army Corps of Engineers and the district. A big topic of conversation in this region is blasting. That's been on the forefront of everything we've heard for years now. So blasting in this region has to take place for every project in this region. It took place for the A2 STA. It's taking place today for the reservoir. It's taking place today on the 10A intake canal. It will have to take place for the Southland Water Resource project. Same process. The bore log to the right, and I know it's hard to see on this screen, is an actual bore log from the EA reservoir project. This is pulled from the stamped, signed, and sealed plans from the Army Corps of Engineers. Those two items highlighted in red are limestone, very dense, hard limestone. They are going to require blasting to build the EA reservoir. In the state of Florida, all blasting is highly regulated by the state fire marshal with guidelines that must be adhered to or blasting operations cannot continue. We do this every day with our subcontractors that are licensed and state registered for the state of Florida. Data collection for that blasting has to include seismic data, particulate monitoring, and air quality monitoring. That's just some simple examples of what we have to maintain to continue blasting on the project. This is the site plan for the borrow area for the EA reservoir. The EA reservoir has almost a 3,000 acre interior borrow facility that will be blasted, excavated, and processed to create the 21 million cubic yards of material it takes to construct the EAA reservoir, using the exact same principles that we will use to build the Southland Water Resource project. I want to make another comparison. I've seen some edits and some social media posts that compared us to a high hazard reservoir. A high hazard reservoir is a designation or classification of a reservoir nationally recognized by construction industry standards. A high hazard reservoir classification means that there is the potential for excessive property damage or loss of life. That's a very serious classification. The Southland project is not a high hazard reservoir. And matter of fact, if you look to the left, this is not to scale, but these are the same elevations. The A2 reservoir has a 44-foot tall embankment that encapsulates or impounds the water that it will hold. That 44-foot tall embankment is created by the borrow area 1,500 feet away from that on the inside of the reservoir to a -6 inside the reservoir. So to put that in perspective, if you're standing on top of the ground in this region, and it's between an 8 and a 10, and you're standing next to that borrow area, you're going to be looking into a roughly 14, 16-foot deep hole. That's what you're going to have. If you come to the Southland Water Resource project, we are a low hazard reservoir. There's no chance for breach of that reservoir. It's a low hazard. There's no chance for loss of life or property damage. If you stand on the ground on the Southland Reservoir before we get started, and when we get done, you will be looking into a 14 to 16-foot deep hole. The difference between the two is the reason we are only half of the EA reservoir is because we don't impound water up. We will only be 4 feet above what we have as grade today. Low hazard. So water quality monitoring on this site started in 2023. We installed 4 electronically monitored wells on the site to collect preemptive data to make sure that we didn't have any issues as part of our fatal flaw analysis to move forward with the project. These wells produce results that place the chloride levels well below drinking water standards, and the current standards are less than 250 milligrams per liter, and we rarely had a standard get over 150. It's still that way today. To begin construction of the project to monitor water quality, we have to install one of these wells per 50 acres every time we disturb a new phase or we're heading into surrounding blasting areas. We will begin to install those wells right away so that we can collect background data for the future. No water for the processing facility or crushing facilities on this project will commingle with the reservoir water that we will take in off the Miami Canal. The processing facilities are a separate sequestered water system that has to be maintained per our ERP permits on site, and it cannot be discharged off site in any manner. It's designed for more than a 100-year flood event. That water cannot leave that processing facility. The Southland project's a phased approach. This allows us to deliver the water storage, the 20,000 acre feet, as early as we can. We can continue to deliver these phases along the way to get to that total of 120,000 acre feet. The first 3 phases, like I said, in the pump station will be delivered in under 5 years with the connection to the Miami Canal. These 3 phases will include all of the utilities necessary and all the infrastructure necessary to make this project function. The Southland Water Resource project is important because we're not requesting a variation to go past the -15 OWL, or what is your county requirement to get a variation to go any deeper in this region. We're not digging any deeper than that -15. This design allows for early benefit and extremely low maintenance for the Southland project. Permitting. The water storage facilities of reclamation is the county. Per the FDEP ERP permit, the water storage facilities are also required to be constructed as reclamation for the excavation. As I said, we made sure that both permits aligned with each other so it would be held accountable by both state and local government. No subsequent phases after these first 3 phases can begin if the requirements are not met on these first 3 phases. They have to be complete as designed, engineered, and functioning as a water storage facility before we can move on. The permitting approach ensures that the storage facility will always be made that way through every phase of the project. We cannot move to a cell 4, 5, 6 every time without making sure that the previous phase is a functioning storage facility. I'll get into next steps. This is Ernie Cox. He's part of our team here, and we'll let him finish up with the next steps.
Thank you, Matt. Everybody hear me okay? Ernie Cox, 138 Santiago Drive, Jupiter, Florida. I'm the president of Family Lands Remembered, which is an environmental consulting company that's been involved for years in restoration activities, particularly focused on the Lake Worth Lagoon and the Waxahachie River. So first of all, we've got to comply with all these conditions. And so I think there's a concern by some that we'll walk out tomorrow and start digging. That's not the case. We've got a lot of work to do to comply with the county staff, our off-board submittals, getting all those put together. First and foremost is the environmental resource permit from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Over the course of these years, we will work with the Army Corps of Engineers. Matt talked about the collaboration and cooperation that's been done so far. There's a lot more collaboration and cooperation with the Army Corps of Engineers as we go forward. And at some point, there may be a 408 permit when we make additional improvements to the Miami Canal connection. Matt had mentioned the Miami Canal. I wanted to go back to that. That is the major north-south canal in this area. It serves the EAA reservoir. It serves STA 56. It serves the A2 STA. It will also serve the Southland project. That canal work is extremely important for the region. Our engineering team will continue to work with the South Florida Water Management District. We've had extensive interaction with them. The thousands of pages of documents that have been provided to DEP have also been provided and reviewed by the engineering staff at the Water Management District. The mitigation area, Matt talked about the 1,000 feet between the A2 STA and the project and the EAA reservoir of the project. That will actually be turned into a marsh area, and we'll start that marsh construction when we start the construction of the first phase. And then we've also engaged with the Seminole and Miccosukee tribe, and we'll continue to work with them. We've done cultural resources assessments, and we'll continue to do so in close coordination with the tribes. Simply stated, we need more storage. We need more storage after the EAA reservoir. We need more storage after the Southland project. We need it north of the lake. We need it east of the lake. We need it west of the lake. And we need it south of the lake. Florida, unfortunately, either has too much water or not enough. When we have too much, we need to store it. When we don't have enough, we can use it to feed these stormwater treatment areas. The immediate need right now is to feed the STAs. These stormwater treatment areas have to stay wet. When they dry out, they don't take phosphorus out of the water. And so that water is going to support this, and we've got to do that now. We've also made a commitment to the Water Management District that we will be evaluating additional water treatment as the project goes forward. But like I said, the most important thing right now is we need more storage in order to support the treatment that's already been built. This complements the A2 STA just to the south. It's a water user right now. It needs storage. Complements the A1 flow equalization basin. STA 5.6, Matt mentioned, is dry right now. It needs water. Complements the storage provided by the EAA reservoir and consistent flow of water south into Everglades National Park and into Florida Bay. Absolutely critical. You all may remember back in 2017 when Senate Bill 10 was being debated by the state of Florida. Senator Negron was taking a great leadership role in getting that done. The discussion at that time was that we needed a minimum of 360,000 acre-feet of storage in this area. Ultimately, because there just wasn't enough room, the EAA reservoir is 240,000 acre-feet. This project will start to make that up, located in the EAA. Where we are today, this is Palm Beach County. You are one step in a very complicated process with a lot of different agencies. The county has its rules and regulations, and we've worked very closely with staff to be able to prove that this project meets each and every one of them, including the conditions. It has been identified by the Water Management District. Project approval, we've made clear this is a water resource project, and this team of people that's working on it, myself included, has had experience working on the almost identical thing, and we look forward to doing it more. We meet all the comprehensive plan requirements. We meet all the ULDC requirements. We have the zoning recommendation of approval, staff recommendation of approval. Major next steps, FDP permit, coordination with the Corps, final construction plans, and South Florida Water Management District. We are continuing to work through their process. And we have a public meeting set up with them in Belglade next week, Thursday afternoon. Finally, this is part of the solution. As you know, our team has been committed to complementing the county's projects, complementing the state's project, complementing the water rate. We have more needs for storage in the system than we have capacity in our governmental entities. And so the public-private partnership aspect gives us the ability to work together to meet all standards and meet these needs. So we urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow-up from staff.
Good afternoon, Brian Davis, the Planning Division. On behalf of PZB, this is a very probably unexpected presentation from Planning Division in the middle of a zoning hearing on a zoning petition, but the issue is largely a comp plan item as far as zoning and land use are concerned. So with that, I will start. We have a number of staff here to go over this and to answer other questions beyond the comp plan level. I have Paul Lenton, we have Wendy Hernandez, I think Deb's in the room somewhere as well, but we have I think the ability to answer all of the questions, but it may not all come from me because I am the planning side of it. And since I am a planner, I am obligated, I think, by some sort of unwritten law to talk about our managed growth tier system, just for the sake of setting the groundwork from a county perspective, if you will. We have a managed growth tier system. We have 5 identified tiers. I'm not going to go through all of it, but within that, we have the Glades tier, and it's not one that is usually talked about in front of the board. Usually we're talking about development projects at planning and zoning. Those are typically on the coastal area out to about 20 Mile Bend. This starts at effectively 20 Mile Bend, and we're looking at that area all the way out to Lake Okeechobee, and the Hendry County line is the Glades tier. It is an area that has 3 distinct functions. One largely is to help improve and support the Glades communities that are out there, because they have a different economic and social base than what we have back east on the Atlantic Ocean side. But the predominant industry out there is agricultural production, so a lot of the land use tools that we have are a status quo to support the agricultural, in industries that are out there. And then also there's Everglades restoration, and then with that there are also many natural areas, they're both state and federal, and some county areas out there as well that we have. And so the idea of not just perpetuating the Everglades that we have, but doing more beyond the county to help restore the overall Everglades. And then just since we have this up, the Southland project is clearly, then I brought it up there, highlighted in blue. All right, overall, I know that Mr. Edson went over this, but I want to just help set the stage. This is the western part of the county south of Lake Okeechobee. The Southland Water Resources project is they're highlighted in blue. And just from a framing perspective, we're talking an area that's almost over 8 miles south of Lake Okeechobee from the waters itself. It is between the Miami Canal and the North New River Canal, or US 27 if you like, roads as your landmark. But this is an area that is typically not ever seen by almost anyone who's outside of agricultural or other supportive uses, or I guess if they're building a water reservoir out there. This is an 8,600 acre site, 13.5 square miles in area, give or take a few, hundreds. It's in our Glades tier, rural service area, the managed growth tier system. The zoning and land use are ag production. It's the same zoning and land use district, and there it's a very constrained district and land use area solely to do these very specific functions, and that's really the heart of the matter. The present land use, not future land use, but land use itself is actually bona fide agriculture, and the request is for a type 3B excavation, and apparently the document I pulled it off of said there'd be over 87,000 acre feet of water storage. So it may be considerably higher, but that was what I pulled off the phasing plan. And then just for some sense of scalarity, it indicated how far it is from Lake Okeechobee, but it's 7 miles to South Bay and 8 miles to Lake Harbor. So it's really in an area of the county that almost no one experiences. And then also it's been established that you have the EAA and the A2 STA and reservoir that are immediately south of it, but immediately south has some interesting connotations, and we'll discuss that a little bit more. Because this is a relatively unusual presentation, I'm going to give you a little bit of background as to why we have the issues that we have in front of the board. Very quickly, we talk about the EAA, the Everglades Agricultural Area. It was a designation provided by Congress back in the 1940s as they were starting to hash through the larger strategy of how to continue to support the Everglades and to look at drainage and balance the competing interests out there, if you will. And from a mining perspective, which is where I'm really going to confine this to, mining and excavation, those two terms get used somewhat interchangeably. They're not one and the same, but I want to make that distinction right now. We did not have any mining or excavation approvals in the EAA that ever came before the county before the 1970s. All mining prior was to the east of 20 Mile Bend. With the development pressures, the mining operations began to come further west, if you will. So there was a very small one up at the very northern end of the county. It's those two bubbles that are up there, the Five Stones area. Those were mid to late 70s approvals. And then also you had Star Ranch, which is down off the North New River Canal. That was in the late 70s. And then there was not another mine approved until the Palm Beach Aggregates approval. They're at 20 Mile Bend at the L8 Canal. And that's been of relevance. But I want to turn back to, and then there's an interspersed theme, if you will, and I'm picking one particular event, and it's not that this was, as I understand it, it was the defining event in that it became law and it went forward, but there had been an effort towards this for over 20 years to begin to look at how to readdress water flow for the overall Everglades, to address it through the EAA and to help restore the flow that had been effectively diverted to the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie rivers, to begin restoring flow south back through the Everglades to Florida Bay. In December of 2000, it was signed into law, the Water Resources Development Act of 2000, of which a significant component or of relevance to us here today is the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, and that was the beginning. It had already been a state process, but it was now a federal, so you have the Army Corps, the Water Management District, you have federal funding and state funding that are now in place in the year 2000 to begin looking at that. Once that's passed, the Water Management District actually, provided some support for this notion of looking for other, I don't know if you want to call it low-hanging fruit, but other potential sources of easier reservoirs to help achieve that. And there was an acknowledgement at that time, because the county actually looked at amending its land use or the comp plan to address ag production and its allowable uses. It was in response to that notion that the district had put forward that they may be able to reclaim some of those existing approved mines for the purposes of water resource projects to be reservoirs. So the county adopts language into its plan to enable SERP and other projects to go forward. I want to be clear, this is not a SERP project that we're talking about, but it is in that spirit, and there are a lot of other programs that come into play. I just want to point this one out. So from August 2001, the county has adopted plan language at this point that says there's 3 possible uses, and only these uses are allowed in the AP if you're getting a mining and excavation approval. The 2 prior ones had been public roadway projects, and the other use had been for agricultural activities. The 3rd use was a water management project. So this is where the language comes from that we will be discussing. And it's very, by comp plan standards, it's very old language, if you will. It's something that has not been addressed or modified since. Picking back up the theme of mining, in 2006, Stewart Mining was actually approved as a mine. It's north of the Canner Highway. It's that area there in yellow. It was approved, and it was mentioned that it would be reclaimed as a water storage reservoir. It was approved. It's an unbuilt mining approval that's out there. It has not come to fruition as far as I'm aware. But there was some other events outside the county that then put considerable pressure. I think Stewart Mining was right at the beginning of that. And there were 3 separate applications that came in between 2006, 2007, and they came forward, and they all came to hearings in around 2008. But the impetus was there was a larger concern for aggregate mining for roadway production from 2006 in the Miami-Dade County area, if you're familiar with the Lake Belt mines there, which is where most of the aggregate comes from. Or if you're trying to get into anywhere in the coastal region, you see the FEC trains hauling, the aggregate north or returning south. That's where it's coming from. But in 2006, a federal judge had revoked the permits, the environmental permits, and there was a lot of concern statewide about where would the state find roadway aggregate for production. FDOT had, studies. There were other things. And I think that's why we saw these 2008 approvals, or the applications made that ultimately were approved in 2008. They are on this map, the area below Lake Harbor, so it was known as the Lake Harbor Mine or Florida Rock. There was the Bergeron Mine out just north of the Star Ranch, and then South Bay out Browns Farm Road. And so there were these ones that came through. They were approved in rapid order. There were a very long 2 months meetings where all 3 were approved. But the key takeaway from this is those mines were ultimately challenged in court, and then on appeal they were overturned because they did not comply with the plan language as it was written and as it was interpreted by the judge. And so the point is, this commission has not really seen mining approvals except for an expansion of existing mines or minor changes. So the board has not seen mining projects. And so I cannot express how much was done between about 2006 and 2011. It was a recurrent issue in front of the board with great regularity. We had a former staff member, I think, who was, completely sick of mining, and now I've picked up that mantle, but here we are. So what is the relevant comp plan policy? It is in the land use element as under objective 2.3, which addresses mining and excavation, and it's 2.3E, number 3. And this is what it says, the relevant piece for this project: the water management projects associated with ecosystem restoration, regional water supply or flood protection on sites identified by the South Florida Water Management District or the U.S. Army Corps where such uses provide viable alternative technologies for water management. This is the policy language, and as you can see, I think the word that we're all going to focus on now is the identification. That is really where we are. And I will say this, that even though we have 3 pieces of case law on this, it does not speak to what consists of identification. The identification is, I think, where there's a disagreement between the environmental concerns and, potentially the applicant and staff. So this is the letter that you've already seen that was provided from the district to the applicant, and they very consciously pick up the comp plan language so that they have identified this site, the Southland Water Resources project. And so this, as far as staff is concerned, is fulfilling the comprehensive plan requirement for identifying location.
Vice Mayor Baxter has a question.
Hi. Could you go back to the previous slide real quick so we could read that one more time? There. So just to reiterate, would you mind repeating what you said about identified and where the conflicts or controversy might come in?
For this policy, the only information we have, there's no further regulation in the code, there's not an administrative other.
The Palm Beach County Code. This is the only policy that we currently.
This is the only policy that speaks to it. It doesn't say that it's identified and approved per the unsolicited bid program or as identified in some South Florida Water Management District planning document. It just says identified by the Water Management District. And so we have a letter from the executive director, and that is why the staff is of the opinion that this letter suffices for the identification.
So water management projects associated with the ecosystem restoration, regional water supply, or flood protection on sites identified by the South Florida Water Management District or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, where such uses provide viable alternate technologies for water management. If you could go to the next slide, please. And then here, based on the initial review of the project and subsequent discussions, the district believes that at this time, on the identified site, connected to a district canal with the right configuration, that the project will likely provide viable alternative technologies for both water management and water treatment for ecosystem restoration, complementary to the EAA reservoir, so on and so forth. So that's where you're saying that there's some between. So this says that it's identified. The other is saying that when that they've identified it, that's where we're kind of the. What came first, the chicken or the egg situation?
As far as the chicken or the egg issue that we referred to in the past in discussions, it's the state permitting process, the federal permitting process, and then the local development order issues. Those have to almost advance simultaneously. That's usually how I've used chicken and egg.
Could you say that one more time?
There's a distinction between our development order process. There's the state permit, which is a separate process that they have to get.
So our development order process, the state permitting process, continue?
And then there's any concerns that the Army Corps may come in with or other requirements that the district may impose. That's not my expertise. I just know that I can talk to you about our development order process and how it pertains to comp plan consistency. But we know that there are other permitting agencies out there that will have other requirements. So we're saying this is enough for us to say this development order is consistent with the comprehensive plan, because we have no other guidance on what constitutes the identification by the Water Management District.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. All right, so
Actually, just to jump off on what the Vice Mayor just said, we're only one of many agencies that will see this project and permit this project. And it's basically from an order standpoint, in order for any other agency to permit this, Palm Beach County has to do it first, because there's no project to permit if we don't okay it. Did I have the sequence correct?
I may look to the county attorneys to help clean this up for me, but my understanding is we cannot stop a review and require another agency to give their permit before we can. So I think from that perspective, we have to advance it on its merits. What we have and we'll discuss going forward is the protections that we're proffering for the board to consider to adopt with this, if it's going to approve it, that will protect and ensure that this is not some, ship that goes out to sea and it never comes back to port, so to speak. That there will be definitive check-ins and consequences for this if it goes forward.
But if I'm another agency, I'm not going to permit a project if Palm Beach County hasn't okayed it. So we're the first rung on the ladder.
Well, by the calendar, I think so, yes.
Thank you. Continue. Sorry, I didn't mean, we need to interrupt every once in a while, but.
No, I understand. And I sometimes get a full head of steam going, so I apologize. Phasing and compatibility. I want to talk about this. The applicant actually did, I think, a pretty good job of doing this. I've put some lines on this phasing plan. I realize it probably is really hard to see because it's a blow-up of a blow-up and it's now getting projected. But suffice to say, the first phase, if it's approved by their timeline, they project it will be reclaimed by the end of July of 2028. So we will have phase one, that's phase one. That's what you will have effectively is a completed project if everything goes forward as we understand it. And so I know there's a lot of concern. I want to sort of step out of really a pure plan thing. The plan requires you to have compatibility. But the scale of this project is unimaginable compared to the typical 5 acres here, 20 acres there, a couple hundred acres for a residential development. This is thousands of acres we're talking about. So we're saying this first phase is larger than almost any project that typically comes before the county. And that's just where I've put that star on that map. That's what you will see at the end of the 2020s, if you will, as where the decade ends. That's how much of the project there will be. And then it will continue in this very fun process, but it's only at the end of phase 4A where they actually approach the existing A2 STA. And I want to make the point that this is the area where they now have 1,000-foot buffer put in. 1,000-foot buffers I've never discussed ever. I've heard discussed. It's not just a landscape buffer. This is a very large amount of room. This is a quarter mile. It's almost a quarter mile. It's almost a 5-minute walk in walkability terms to just traverse 1,000 feet. So it's a very large distance. There has been nothing presented that says that that's an inadequate amount, but I think that if there's a concern for what happens on the adjacent areas, that's where the concern could be addressed. It could be to expand from 1,000 feet. So I wanted to put that out there. But that does not occur, to pick up my thread I was working on, until sometime around 2032, 2034, where they begin working on that. And again, these areas are absolutely mind-boggling. Phase 4A will wind up with, 435 acres? They won't start, obviously, in one place. They will eventually work towards it. It will be a very fast-moving project by their calendar, but they have a lot of time. And then to the point they made, it will only be here at phase 7B, which is actually scheduled for completion in 2047, when the reclamation would be completed by this schedule, that they would actually be adjacent to the A2 reservoir project, which hopefully by then will be complete. So, and then it continues around. I also wanted to call out a couple of things. They have a rail yard and facilities area I've just brought in there as yellow. This is the aggregate storage area on site, and then they actually have proposed, nobody's actually said this as far as I know, but it is there on the plans, that northernmost piece where it connects to the rail line is largely going to be left in agriculture. So it's not the entire site's going to be one giant thing. It's going to be a series and a project that currently is proposed to go through 2059 with a 10-year buffer on that. And I just want to show this image of, we're talking about an area that's really this area. This is a more recent aerial than what we were looking at before. That this is the environmental condition. There's not a lot of distinction. This is the beginning of the A2 reservoir construction. You can see this is actually a Google aerial rather than the ones that we have, so it's a little bit more recent. So the applicant included this, the conditions of approval and the timing mechanism. The clear thing, and this is to go back to the point I was starting to make, that we had to ensure consistency with a comprehensive plan, the project can only be used to support public roadway projects or the water management projects as identified by the district in their December 2024 letter, and that also that no commercial uses other than the above are allowed. So we feel that this boxes them in. The second condition then requires that they must provide us with the FDEP permit, the environmental resources permit from them within a calendar year. This is the first real check-in that we will have. The first one was a standing condition that will be there for going forward. This one, though, is an action item. If we do not have the FDEP permit by May 31st of next year, this commission would get a status report following that from staff saying that we do not have an FDEP permit that guarantees a return trip. We will recommend that you revoke the development order based on our understanding, and it will be up to the applicant to make the case that there's been some extenuating circumstance. I think we'll know well before then, but there is a guarantee stop. Usually our monitoring process and status reports work where they get 4 years for a phase, they can, administratively extend it. It would take some time to get there. We're saying, no, this is of critical importance. We want to ensure that the representations made are what's being realized, and so that we have a way to bring it back. We also will make sure that in condition 3 that before commencing the excavation, they must give us the FDEP permit documentation on how they will reclaim it. Reclamation is what you do when you're done with the excavation and how you put it back into a usable state for the actual purpose of holding the water. Probably will be wet all along, we understand that, but that's the final condition, if you will, as I understand it. And it must be specifically for that water feature or water storage feature or some other benefit as enumerated in the plan. It could be, just environmental purposes, which it actually does support as well, as I understand it. All right, they spent a lot of time talking about condition 4. That's the annual permit or annual report that is required under the comprehensive plan, or excuse me, under the ULDC. We have added to those requirements. There is a requirement in the code language that the board can, propose other things. We're saying that this is completely appropriate, so that they will have to demonstrate. And these reports are very large for what they are. They easily are 20, 30 pages. It depends on how much blasting they do. We actually then get reports of all the blasts. They're very, I actually read a few of them. They're not fun reads. Especially from a planning perspective. But they'll give us the status, how it complies with the plan, and it continues to comply with the plan. And then all the conditions of approval, they will analyze those every year. They will also address their compatibility requirements, and that they will demonstrate continued compliance with their FDEP permit. And again, if they fail to do one of these annual reports, then they will come back with a status report with a recommendation for revocation. I want to compliment the agent. We thought we threw a list of conditions at them that they would not agree to, and they came back and said, thank you, may we have another. They provided more options or restrictions, including a restrictive covenant that could be done as each subphase, or that would be done as each subphase commences, that limits the use and to the reclamation. So we would have an additional measure, not just the zoning and land use authority and control. They would then give us a further restriction in the property record, if you will. So it's a belt and suspenders approach. They also further clarified condition 6 to say that when each subphase is complete, the reclamation area, if it's used with the consent of the owner for a water management project by any of these entities or other entity, including a nonprofit, they will provide a copy of the agreement so we are fully aware of how it's going on, so we would know who if you will, is complying or not complying, and whether or not there was an instrument of conveyance, whether it's by deed, easement, or other, they would give all of that documentation to us. And then finally, these have all been sort of as the project goes along. If at any point the project does not comply with its FDEP permit, it loses, it's revoked, it's suspended, whatever, they have 120 days to cure that. Otherwise, again, it will trigger the return trip to the county commission with that status report. So I'm going to conclude here. Others may feel free to jump in on staff for things I have not addressed. It meets, the staff report meets all your code and plan requirements. It is competent, substantial evidence for the record for you to base your decision on. The staff recommendation is for approval as conditioned. Your zoning commission back in April recommended approval as conditioned in a 5-3 vote. I am happy to answer any questions, or anyone else wants to jump in and try and clean up the mess I've made. With that, I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Linton, do you have anything to add since you're our water guy? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sachs, your light is on.
One question, sir. Has the South Florida Water Management District approved this project?
No, I'm not an expert at what the water management district approvals are.
I'm sorry, I can't,
I'm not sure what
Did you hear
constitutes a
what I
water
asked?
management district approval. We have a letter from the executive director. I tend to listen to what, heads of agencies say. So as far as I'm concerned, we have an identification. We know that there are other permit requirements. I'm really struggling. They're trying to figure out how these all weave together and where they all fit together.
What would it take to postpone it until we have a letter confirming this site from the South Florida Water Management District?
So first of all, we have that letter.
Oh, so the answer is yes. We have the letter.
We have the letter
Okay,
from the
thank you.
South Florida Water Management District.
Matt, could you come up for a second? I have a question about the cells and the sort of jigsaw puzzle of how they go together.
Mm-hmm.
And how did you arrive at cell 1 and then work your way around?
Cell 1's very important because that holds the pump station and the infrastructure to make the whole reservoir function. So for us to deliver the 20,000 acre feet in under 5 years, we have to knock out that cell 1 and construct that pump station in that time frame. So cell 1 is substantially smaller so that we can box it in and build that pump station. And then while we're building that pump station, we start on cells 2 and 3, and purely based on time and production is how we got the first 3 cells. That equaled the 20,000 acre feet.
Is there a reason why you didn't start south as opposed to north? I mean,
Because there's already a connection on the east-west canal here, a natural canal there that has a pump station right in the center that feeds from the Miami Canal to the east. So that was the likely spot that we could use that to go ahead and start the project.
okay, thank you. Any other questions? No other lights? Okay. Just for everybody to know, at about 5:30, if we're still reading cards and taking and having questions, the board is going to take about a 15, 20-minute break, just because I think we'll all need to stand up and stretch. But in the meantime, we're going to have Commissioner Woodward call the cards. And we have 2 podiums. Please take both podiums. As a reminder, it's going to be 2 minutes, but you don't have to take all 2 minutes. If you're opposed, you can say that gracefully. If you're for, you can say that gracefully. I thank you all for being here today to voice your opinion. It does matter to us. So with that, I will turn over the microphone to Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. We have Mayor Joe Kiles, Steve Wilson, Kelly Hand, Emily Officer, Pam Maldonado, and Sheila Calderon. I'm calling extra names in case anyone is outside.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Joe Cowles, and I'm the mayor of the city of South Bay. We are the closest city to the Southland Water Resource, a resource project, being about 7 to 8 miles driven district. I worked at Okalanda Corporation as a union representative some time ago, more or less about 20 years ago. So I've seen the sugar industry. Okalanda is an ongoing supporter of Everglades restoration. I have also seen changes in faces and many names, interested parties over the years, all in the name of protecting or saving the Everglades. And yet, we who actually live and represent the cities found around the time of the hurricane of 1928, we also, who actually live in the EAA, are reportedly faced with negative and ill will by peoples who don't live in the glades claiming to protect it. I am here to tell you that my city knows the applicant, Phil and Jordan. The combination of Phil and Jordan with the two sugar companies makes Southland different and special from previous government-owned and government-run projects in the glades. The sugar companies and Phil and Jordan are privately in the industry coming together to pursue a water storage project, to pursue a solution to get to that. They are excavating their land, that excavation to meet market demand for aggregate with given local cities like mine's jobs well. My residents will be prioritized in local career, learning on the job, and make a good living to benefit their families. And this in the name of storage water, being part of a solution and helping the Everglades. These 150 jobs are real positives in rural community area like mine. And the public, thank you, Madam. I appreciate that, Madam, and ask you to support.
Thank you, Mayor. Sure.
Mayor? Mayor,
Kyles?
could just make a quick question. Am I to understand then that you stand behind this project?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Wilson.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and to all the commissioners in their respectable districts. For the record, my name is Steve Wilson, the mayor of the great city of Belgrade. I bring greetings to all of you on behalf of the city and all the elected officials that share the days with me. I'm pleased to let you know today, I have with me today our Vice Mayor Joaquin Amazon, Commissioner Dr. Robert L. Reese, Commissioner Tequila Collins, and our Lone Ranger, our City Manager, Mr. Lomax Harrell. I need not pause to say to all of you how appreciative we are for what you've done, what you're doing, and the things that you will continue to do for the folks of Palm Beach County, where they can live, work, and raise their families. And believe it or not, that's just why I'm here before you today. We, the Glades community, would like to continue to have the same opportunities to live, work, and raise our families in the western part of Palm Beach County. Yes, people often say, the people in the Glades are always smiling. Yes, we're always smiling, but deep down inside, we're crying. We're crying because there are people continue to threaten us with the idea of flooding the Glades or to take over our communities. Now, when you think about the Glades, there are a lot of things you should know about, but because of the time I have, I want to leave two with you. Our ability to provide food and water. I will start with the production of food. Yes, through the contribution and hard work of both our farming and sugar industry, we take pride in saying, we feed America. Yes, it's a fact that our farming and sugar industry are the backbone, are the economic engine of our community. And we don't mind letting people know that for the record. And so, let's look around and look at the political interests that we want everybody to know. that we support the Southland project. It's amazing how we've been talking about this for 20 years or more. I support the Southland project. Thank you.
Mayor Wilson,
Hold on one second.
what were you going to say before the buzzer went off?
Okay, thank you. Is this a land grab, or is it that people just hate the sugar industry? I'm trying to figure this out. We've been talking about it, Madam Chair and Vice Mayor. We've been talking about it for years. Now there's a solution for it, and there are people still opposing it. I'm not understanding that. And the last thing I will let you know that if anybody should be supporting food source is our farmers, the support of our farmers. How is it that you're gonna survive without food? Somebody tell me that. You can't survive without food. And the ones that are making it happen are our farmers. And we ask you to support that as well. Southland project, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Flores?
Mayor, same question. Am I to understand that you support this project?
Absolutely, 100%.
My second question to you is there any concern for any safety of your community?
I'm glad you asked that, if I have, may I? Do you really think that we would put ourselves in harm's way if there were safety issues? This is why we're going through all the processes. There's nobody more scrutinized than the farmers in the sugar industry. There's nobody more. So to us, there's no safety issues.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I haven't been here in a while. It's Sheila Calderon, currently living in Boynton Beach, Florida. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I promise to be brief. I definitely oppose, okay? And I'm opposing based on the Palm Beach Comprehensive Plan prohibiting commercial mining within the Everglades agricultural area unless it is exclusively necessary for a few of the three identified purposes. And I'll quote this: within the agricultural production future land use designation, mining may be permitted only to support public roadway projects or agricultural activities or water management projects associated with ecosystem restoration, regional water supply, or flood protection, okay? That's the only way it is in the comprehensive plan. So the project is not a water resource solution, okay? And I believe it has reversible expense of our fragile Everglades ecosystem and South Florida's future water security. I'm urging you at this point to reject the proposal in the strongest terms possible. A vote for Southland is a vote against the Everglades restoration. A vote for Southland is a vote against science, against sustainability, and against the will of the people you are sworn to represent. And I thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Maldonado. I live in Loxahatchee, actually very near the aggregate plant that they were talking about. I was very happy to hear that the rock that is mined is going to go to FDOT or to the water management projects. That was one of the concerns that I have, because in the end, this is a commercial proposition for Southland. I really think I see what you're saying by the Southwest Florida Water Management District, but I'd really like to see some more studies saying that the plan that they have for this reservoir, in terms of the cleaning, what's going to be in there before we send that water south. I want to make sure that, you know, we're not sending toxic water south and it's going to end up in the Miami Canal or any place else. I don't want anything threatening the structural integrity of the whole Everglades restoration project, okay? Because nearby there's there's really important work that's been done. I don't want to see this approved prematurely without the necessary studies. And I'm afraid if it were, that would set a very dangerous precedent that would open the door to more rock mines, favoring industry profits over Florida's clean water and future restoration. I don't want to have us, 15, 20 years down the road go, oops, we should have done more studies. So that's my thing. Thank you so much.
Okay, the previous names were Kelly Hand and Emily Officer. I'd also call Pastor Jamarius Bing, Dr. Christopher McVoy, Marcelo Baladores, Michael Holliday, Matt DePoulis, and Captain Daniel Andrews.
Before you start, hold on a second. Patrick, are there still people sitting outside?
Yes.
I'll take one more look, but understanding the people that are outside were not going to be speaking. I'll check again, though.
Okay, and on the 12th floor? Everyone's cleared. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We just want to make sure everybody has an opportunity.
My name's Kelly Hanno. I live here in Palm Beach. I've worked out in Pahokee. I'm familiar with that community out there and love everybody out there. I want them to have all the jobs. I want them to, thrive out there. My concern is as a taxpayer, I really didn't see anything. It sounds like this is a publicly funded project or part. I've seen both. Their website says publicly funded.
I'll pause your time. Hold on. To clarify, are we putting $1 of public funds towards this?
I'm not aware of anything that's been appropriated for it.
And we have, as a board, not even seen, approved, or heard of any dollars we are putting towards this. This is all privately funded.
Okay. It looked like on their website it had that information, but maybe I read it wrong. But then that's all I needed.
Greetings, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Thank you all for this opportunity. I am Pastor Jamarius Bing of Mount Calvary First Baptist Church in the city of South Bay. I also serve as the Vice President of the Glaze Area Ministerial Allowance, where we represent approximately 25 to 26 churches within our Western Palm Beach County community. Our ministerial allowance, we work on the grounds as ministers, as well as being ministers to our flock. And we are advocates for our communities at large, such as this meeting on today. Because it occurs and it happens directly in our community, I am here to ask you all to turn away to the noise, the ill will, and the negative conversations that may be going on in individual groups, attempting to prevent this prosperous activity to take place in the Glade. Prosperity means jobs for our community. The Southland project will create over 150 new jobs, which we so desperately need in our community, including job career fairs, training for our community at large. For us in the Glades, this project takes to our heart, takes to our economy impact in our community. To my knowledge, there's no state or federal agency that has asked us how their project in our community commits to our economy growth. Here today in front of us is the Southland project that will open up directly economy opportunities. The Glades Ministerial Allowance is in support of this, and we ask for you to make the wise choice and pass it. Thank you.
Hi, Emily Fesser from Palm Beach Gardens.
Can you stand a little closer to the mic, please?
Yes, Emily Fesser from Palm Beach Gardens. I want to express my opposition to the proposed Southland Water Resource project. As a concerned resident of Palm Beach County, I urge you to consider the long-term environmental impacts of this project on our community and the Everglades. Palm Beach County community has a deep commitment to preserving the natural beauty and resources that make our area unique. It is crucial that we proceed with caution and prioritize long-term environmental stewardship and public welfare over short-term solutions. Thank you.
Remember, we have 2 microphones.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Holliday. I'm a fishing guide, and I'm here to appeal to you today to either deny or delay this project because of the potential for it to negatively impact me and my family. And, there seems to be an ambiguous question as to whether you have approval from the South Florida Water Management District or not. Why not just delay it and get the approval? Ask the commissioners. Ask them to give you approval. And in your options is to also get it from the Army Corps of Engineers. Why not get those approvals first? What does it hurt to delay that just a little bit and get your approval so you're not backtracking or approving a project that's not going to go forward? You're our commissioners and we depend on you. You're our last line of defense. You're the ones who are supposed to protect us from projects like this. So I ask that you keep in mind that, this project could impact Everglades restoration. It can impact our drinking water and our ways of life. You're spending $35 to $60 million already on improving, your water quality, your water treatment plant. So hopefully it doesn't impact the water. And then what happens if the South Water Management District does come back and say it's not approved after you already approved it? Or does that open you to any, Palm Beach County, to any liabilities there? What I see is that, if you approve this project today, you're setting the precedent for other landowners to not only pitch rock mines as water resources project, but also to expect that same fast-track treatment that the county has given to this project now. So I respectfully ask that you do not approve it or at least delay the decision. Keep in mind, it's 8,600 acres. You don't have any precedent from other projects to know if this is even going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, thank you. This question's for County Attorney. Can you just go over what competent substantial testimony is, just
Sure.
for my edification and for those that are coming to speak to us?
Sure. As part of a quasi-judicial hearing, there are certain standards of procedure for each item, and I think there's like a list of 7 or 8, and they're in their staff report. And in order to approve the item, there has to be a finding that there's competent substantial evidence to support each of those standards. If there's competent substantial evidence to show that one of them hasn't been met, or if there's no competent substantial evidence for one of them, then you would have to deny. Competent substantial evidence is kind of a higher burden than your legislative discretion. Not kind of, it is. I'll just use some language from case law to help kind of describe that. The term competent means that the person is qualified to give evidence on that subject. For instance, if they have specialized training or knowledge, your professional staff, if a traffic engineer were to come up and speak on traffic issues, an environmentalist were to come up and speak on environmental issues to which they have a degree, to speak on that's relevant to one of the standards. And it also has to be substantial, meaning that there's sufficient, relevant, and credible evidence. The bottom line is it can't just be a mere opinion or, a concern or the collective, public outrage, for example. It has to be based on fact, and it has to be supported by some kind of expertise or background that would qualify you to, give such an opinion. Sure.
Vice Mayor?
I have a question for staff. And if to that question, I was curious myself. So and I think you covered it a little bit, would the South Florida Water Management District wait for an approval from us generally before going further down the process of this letter of they're saying we've identified this project as a need?
I know their permitting requirements for their process is different from ours. I don't know that there is a checklist that says, is there a local government approval? That's the part that because
That is out there. Okay, and then secondly, even if we approved it, if they didn't approve it, how would that impact it?
well, they would wind up conceivably under that status report condition
Under
where
our-
it would come back and with the recommendation revoked. That's the idea. We understand we need some leeway, and I didn't make this point earlier, but this board routinely approves development projects, plan unit developments, rezonings, whatever, where you give the development order approval, but it's not executed till building permit. A lot happens in that intervening time where they get to the point where the area is ready for the development. They put the pipes in the ground, they pave the connections, the power lines, all the things that are requisite are there. So the board routinely issues development orders that are complied with at a future point in time. And so that's exactly what we've done. We just said instead of the traditional manner in the code, we're going to make sure this is a very short one so that it's on a short lease for the
So
board.
was that a very long way to say if they didn't approve it, it would come back to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McBoy.
Thank you. Dr. Christopher McVoy, I'm speaking on my own behalf as a hydrologist and a longtime Everglades subject matter expert. In that capacity, I would request a bit longer than the 2 minutes. Is that possible?
We're not going to do that because then other people with other qualifications will ask the same thing.
Which you could grant them if they were
Which we're going to give you 2 minutes, which you're now into. Keep going.
I'm a frequent user and a guest in the Everglades. I go out there by airboat, by canoe, or on foot. In the course of my research, I take other students and interested individuals out into the Everglades. If this project were to cause any downstream harm, that would definitely affect my ability to do those things. I've been involved as a scientist in Everglades restoration since 1996, almost 30 years ago. While I was at the Water Management District, I was intimately involved in the SERP processes. I think we're getting way off course here. We are basing an indication of approval or identification of viable on one letter from the district. Let me tell you about the processes that normally go on. First of all, in some clarification, the district can absolutely do SERP planning processes without a county permit in place. They've done it for 20 years. And that's normal procedure. The last thing that the district will do in that planning process is ask for permits. But you don't ask for permits until you've gone through a very extensive planning process to figure out how any individual project fits into the whole picture. This is way a cart before the horse situation where you have an applicant who is not a disinterested party saying, hey, we've talked to all the right people and they think it's okay and we got them to write a letter that says it's okay. That, you have no idea. That's a travesty of the process that is normally followed for Everglades restoration. It's an $8 billion process. They do joint projects with the Corps, with the district. There are committees that evaluate. There's modeling. That's done independently. You don't have any of that.
Commissioner Flores.
It's reassured.
Commissioner McVoy. So you talked about the process. Can you talk to us about your expertise about why you are against this project?
My concern with the project is it is focused on storage, 8,600 square acres, and then a bunch of volume with the depth. Stored water is no use to the Everglades unless it is unimaginably clean, 10 to 13 parts per billion of phosphorus. The district works extremely hard and has spent huge amounts of money to create stormwater treatment areas to try to get water to that level of cleanliness. They are having trouble now. It is unclear whether they will meet the legal requirement of the existing STAs that treat the existing water supply. Adding more water, of course, everybody wants more water for the Everglades and less water going out east and west, Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie. No disagreement there. But that water can't go south unless it's absolutely legally meets that criteria. And we are not in the place to do that. The best estimate of the STA acreage that you would need for an 8,600, this Southland project, is another 8,000 acres of STA. We don't have it. Estimated cost is $500 million. Where's that coming from? So you're being offered something that looks like it's free, but it in fact can't help you for Everglades restoration. It's been said, well, you've got SDA 5.6, it's a little dry. It is a little dry, that's correct. The district is very well aware of that, and it's certainly true what the applicant said, that plants don't do well, aquatic plants, if you dry them out. Needs more water for 5 and 6. The district is well aware and already is pursuing ways to do that don't use this. So this might be a fine project, but you don't know that. It has not gone through anything even vaguely like the appropriate process of analysis. Any other
Commissioner
questions?
Sachs?
I want to follow up what my colleague asked you. Give us a little bit about your background, because what you're saying today is that this is a good project. However, it needs more scientific background and research to substantiate its benefits over its risks.
I think that's a fairly accurate analysis of it. What you have to remember is Everglades restoration, on one hand, is very simple. Move more water south.
Right.
That's not too complicated.
Right.
And it has the benefit that it fixes, or it can fix reducing water flows that you don't want going out to St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee.
Caloosahatchee, right.
So that's good. But the process of actually figuring out how are we going to get that water to go south, how do we get it clean enough, and it was said, one of the applicants said that you want a strong and consistent flow of water. Actually, you don't. You want that flow of water to match the variability over the year and between years. You don't want to do a constant thing. That is difficult to do. And that's why you have a very extensive planning process that looks at it, proposes alternatives, evaluates them, models them, evaluates them again. Again, a single letter that says, yeah, this might work, is nothing like that multi-year process, multi-agency process that's independent. None of those people on that process are in looking for a permit. We're mixing up planning process with permitting process. Permitting is the last thing that you do in SERP restoration once you already have figured out this is a good thing and we know how it's all going to fit in. We're nowhere near that.
Could it be after this project goes through those additional requirements, tests, could it be at some point a very viable benefit to the Everglades, sir?
It would be a lot of hubris for me to say that the Water Management District and the Corps have had processes that are multi-year, multi-steps, multi-groups looking at it, and for me to say, well, they don't need all that process, I'll just say it's a good idea. So, yes, it might be a good idea. Water storage is good. I have some concerns about not just the phosphorus quality, but also hardness, calcium, but that's separate. That's something for them to analyze and look at.
Thank you, Dr. McCall.
Madam Mayor, I'm Richard Grosso. I'm an attorney representing Friends of the Everglades. I must raise a point of order.
I'm sorry. Did you put a card in, sir?
I did, ma'am. I did.
And
the reason
You can have your 2 minutes when the time comes.
the point I'm raising is I believe people have come here. It's a quasi-judicial hearing in reliance on your quasi-judicial rules. 3 minutes, 5 for those who represent organizations.
No, I'm sorry, but minutes are up to the chair.
I understand, and
We gave everybody 2 minutes. If the board wants to ask questions of everyone that comes up, that they are also allowed to do that. We don't encourage that, but it is allowed. So you will have 2 minutes when your card is pulled, when your card is
Understood. I want to make for the record, I think it's a violation of procedural due process
It's
and
not, but thank
quasi-judicial
you.
rules. Thank you.
Hi there. Good afternoon, board. I am Marcelo Valladares from Miami, Florida. I am here with the Sierra Club Florida chapter. I am the Everglades organizing representative. Earlier this month, we actually submitted a letter to the board, although I'm not sure if it was added to the record. I've got copies of it here. This was from the Loxahatchee group, which is based on Palm Beach, and the Florida chapter as well. But just to emphasize some of the points in our letter, we are urging the board to oppose the proposal for multiple reasons. Part of that being that the project, as mentioned previously, can pose serious risk to the delicate Everglades ecosystem, contradicts parts of the county's comprehensive plan, and undermines efforts to restore and protect the Everglades. Part of that contradiction is the fact that this project, while it has been identified by the South Florida Water Management District in a letter, has not gone through the full process. So part of our ask here is to urge the county to base its decision on sound science and to be in full alignment with Everglades Restoration. To approve the project prematurely would set a dangerous precedent, as well as potentially undermine the integrity of both restoration efforts and land use regulations meant to protect our natural resources. So we're urging that the county at least wait for a full evaluation from the South Florida Water Management District before making any approvals of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, where did I see the letters?
My name is Matt DePellis. I am the Environmental Policy Director for the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and provide comment on this important issue. I really wanted to impress upon all of you the wide-reaching range of this decision that you have before you. We, out on the West Coast, are the recipient of a lot of this dirty water that comes released from Lake Okeechobee. It's the single largest driver of our own water quality, which is intrinsically tied to the health of our environment, the quality of our life in our communities, and our local tourism-based economies. We're at a situation now where you have a decision before you that, as has been mentioned by other people, is really premature. Your own requirements say that you need an identified project. And I think a lot of consternation is coming from the fact that Mr. Bartlett submitted a letter of identification that stated he is identifying this as something that potentially could be a project provided the proper analysis is done. Whereas your own requirements say that you need a identified project that is a viable alternative to the water storage solutions, not potentially under the proper configurations, we could get to a point where this is a project that would be beneficial. We need identified, proper, viable water storage. Listening to that presentation, it sounds like a great project. We're getting a lot of water going to the STAs. We're getting aggregate that's going to FDOT that they needed, and the South Florida Water Management District has identified it. But if that's the case, let's have the South Florida Water Management District identify and stand up here and say, yes, we support this project. Let's have FDOT say, yes, we want to buy this aggregate. But we just don't have any of that at this point. So this project in its current iteration is premature. I would love to get to a point where I'm standing up here in front of you saying, we wholeheartedly support this. The district has signed off on it, the Corps has signed off on it, and this is going to be a benefit to our state, to our local communities, and to Everglades Restoration, but we are just not here yet. And for that reason, we would ask that you oppose this project as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Andrews. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Captains for Clean Water. Thank you all for the time and for allowing public input on this very important matter. This commission, along with the Palm Beach County Zoning Commission, are the only governing bodies that have held official agendaed public hearings on this proposal. Palm Beach County was the first and is now the last with the ability to apply practical judgment. Once this moves forward, it enters a process at Florida DEP that is focused on regulatory checklists and statutory requirements, not broader judgment about risk or long-term impact. That is why your role is so critical. We're asking that you pause this before it comes another decision made too soon, one we look back on like the Guana River debacle that just happened, if you're familiar with that, as something that could have been avoided if only someone had stopped to ask the right questions earlier on. You're not just participating in a process, you are the last place where real discretion and foresight still exist. The letter that's been referenced many times today was brought to light in January by an investigative journalist, discovered that that letter shown in these slides was sent to Drew Bartlett by Phillips and Jordan, the applicant, and metadata showed that it was written or edited by U.S. Sugar, one of the two Southland partners that just lost a lawsuit against the EAA reservoir in federal appeals court. The 35 to 45 year mining operation is alarmingly close to the $4 billion taxpayer-funded EAA reservoir. The one SERP reservoir to date that's been completed, C44 in Martin County, leaked after it was filled with water, and there is not a mine immediately adjacent to that. These things are susceptible to failure. As Benjamin Franklin reminded us, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We're currently investing more than $23 billion in Everglades restoration to undo the damage that was caused by short-sighted decisions made a century ago. We ask that you postpone this until that review is done by Water Management District and Army
Thank you,
Corps.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Raylin Peniagua, Captain Chris Whitmel, Cody Rubner, Captain Rufus Wakeman, Caitlin Wood, and David Preston.
Would you give your children or family poisoned water? Of course not.
I'm sorry, could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Sorry. Raylin Peniagua, 1245 Sherwood Avenue, Clewiston, Florida. Why would a farmer? They wouldn't. They can. Because farming isn't just a business, it's a way of life rooted in caring for our land, our water, and overall, our future. My name is Raylin Peniagua, and I proudly serve the Florida FFA Association as the Area 6 State Vice President. As a state officer, I've had the unique opportunity to travel all across the state of Florida, the country, and even abroad, learning more about agriculture. One thing is clear everywhere I go. Farmers are stepping up, not only to feed our world, but also to protect it. The Southland Water Resource project is a powerful example of that commitment. This initiative allows farmers to provide critical water storage in a region where clean water is needed. Through cooperation between landowners, the county, and state, it strengthens the connection between the Everglades agricultural area and the historic Everglades. It would be hard to find any group of private landowners who have done more for South Florida's ecosystem than Florida farmers. They are not only growing food safely and efficiently, but they are actively helping clean the very water that flows from it. As someone pursuing a future in agricultural communications, I want more people to understand that sustainability is not a goal, it's a responsibility that Florida farmers take seriously. I'd like to thank the Palm Beach County Zoning Commission for considering the facts, not faults, and for considering this project as a solution rooted in stewardship, not sacrifice. Thank you.
So you're in support of the project?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Captain Chris Whitman, a co-founder of Captains for Clean Water. As representative of an organization, I'd like to request 5 minutes.
No, sir, you have 2, just like everyone else. Thank you, though.
Okay. I'd like to point out a few things I noticed during testimony here. First one, it was heard that this was kind of in an area that nobody really used, nobody saw it unless you're out there doing projects. I hunt and fish out there all the time. It's a great duck hunting area. I frequent those STAs, so I would disagree with that wholeheartedly. Also, the applicant stated that this was a water resource project, not a mine, yet your own staff has referred to it as exactly that, a mine. It is a mine, in fact, a mine. The other is that young lady up here said that she had concerns this would take up public tax dollars, and the staff said, no, this was $0. I have it right here on Southland's website. It says, is this publicly funded project? The answer is yes. The project would be publicly funded. However, the construction startup would be funded privately. So this will cost the taxpayers dollars, just like in the case of C-51, which was sold as something that would be privately funded that has now cost the taxpayers over $200 million. I was at your last county commission meeting, and I appreciate the position and foresight you all had discussing a radio tower and what precedent that would set for the future. That's the same mindset that should be taken here. This is not just about a single rock mine. This is what precedent will be set when the rest of the landowners in the EAA want to come forward and have a rock mine approved on their land. And to Ms. Baxter's point, what type of litigation does that open you up to if you don't give them this same type of treatment that you are giving them here? Fact of the matter is, this project has not been approved by the South Florida Water Management District. Their own governing board meeting members stated that in their February meeting. It is out there. It is on public record. They have it on their website. It is a 7-step process. They are on step number 3, which is just analyzing the parameters of which analysts would take forth. So that project has not been approved. You absolutely need to deny this.
Thank you, sir.
At this point. Thank you.
Thank you. He's coming.
We have 2 microphones, if you would please line up.
Hello, Captain Cody Rubner out of Stuart, Florida, here today to urge you to vote against or delay the approval of this rock mine. You know, when it comes to Everglades restoration, that is literally the largest and most ambitious environmental recovery effort in history. SERP, which was authorized in 2000, is a blueprint for righting the wrongs of the past, but it's a long-term investment, decades of science, billions of taxpayer dollars, and a rare example of bipartisan commitments. The area being considered for and adjacent to this mine is integral to Everglades restoration. We owe it to the taxpayers around the state to practice risk-averse decision-making. That means following proper procedure as has been discussed with a project this massive and approval from all worthy parties. We are potentially gambling with invaluable resources so important to our entire state. And you know, there are two sides to this coin. The way I look at it, if my side's wrong, private industry, their profits are just delayed by a couple years. But if the other side is wrong, you guys are gambling with the fate of the entire state and our ecotourism-driven economy. How this vote plays out today is a public record of which option you guys are willing to gamble with. Just to be clear, that slide had identification circled, and the word maybe in the sentence or two below or before that really caught my eye was may be approved. And it doesn't mean that just because there's a single email that says it could be identified as potentially beneficial that it should be approved. It may, and that decision is on you guys. I am quite confident that this commission has spent countless hours and resources and detailed deliberations about signage and what trees should go in front of a storage unit. But in reality, the fate of statewide ecological balance deserves much more time and consideration has already been included. And I took the entire day off. I probably lost $800 worth of income and traveled down here, so I'm gonna get all of my 2 minutes in to say, I fully oppose this rock mine, and I might not get 3, but I got 9 more seconds to let you know, you guys need to go through the proper process. And with the last 3 seconds, I'll give it back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Sir, I didn't catch your name and address at the beginning of that.
Cody Rubner out of Stuart, Florida. I got a couple extra seconds. Thank you.
Captain, sorry?
Cody Rubner.
Thank you.
You just read it, yeah. Thank you.
If you're at the microphone, go right ahead.
Caitlin Woods, 6398 Leslie Street, Jupiter, Florida. I am a lifelong Floridian, a resident of Palm Beach County, and a professional engineer in the area of water resources. I am also a staunch opposition of this project. This is a mining proposal, full stop. Calling this a water resource project is disingenuous and dangerous. I want to start with talking about the project schedule. The completion date is 34 years from now. I will be 75 when this project is completed, and we see the 120,000 acre feet that everyone likes to talk about. If we were actually building a reservoir, we would be looking at shortening that timeline, not lengthening it. But that's because it's not a reservoir, it is a mine. The requested 10-year extension for market conditions wouldn't be necessary if this were actually supporting transportation and water resources only. The consideration of those market conditions implies that these materials may be for commercial sale, which is precluded by the interpretation of the Palm Beach County Comprehensive Plan. Many of the letters of support cheer for the 20,000 acre feet that will be available within 5 years and how that will help control the levels in Lake Okeechobee. But I would like to point out, for those of you who are not familiar with acre feet, 20,000 acre feet is enough to reduce the lake level by 1/2 of 1 inch, okay? My additional concerns include consumption of water for washing aggregate and dust control, disruption of animal behavior, and much, much more. But I would like to end by saying to my commissioners, we are tired of seeing our state land use manipulated and perverted to serve the agenda of a few wealthy constituents over the public. We are tired of feeling unseen and unheard. We ask you to listen to us. Do not allow this deception to go through. If you do vote yes today, have the decency to look us in the eye and tell us that you voted to build a mine, not a reservoir. Thank you very much.
Wow, she timed that perfectly. I'm not going to be that lucky. All right, good afternoon. My name is Captain Rufus Wakeman. I live in Jensen Beach, Florida, on the banks of the St. Lucie River. The constant discharges of pollutant-laden water into the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee rivers is criminal. Blue-green algae, et cetera, stranglehold Big Sugar has had on the system for many, many years is terrifying for our marine and estuarine environments in Martin County and Lee County, but that's another story. I was born at Good Sam Hospital right up the road here. Grew up in Palm Beach County out on the island. I went to Palm Beach Day School with the Sugar families. and I've spent a lot of time at their homes and boats, but I strongly oppose the rock mines in the Everglades agricultural area. Once again, here we are trying to save, either here or Tallahassee, trying to save the Everglades. The EAA should remain either farmland or swamp, not a rock mine. After all, the entire EAA used to be the Everglades, so I'd rather see swamp. I know I speak for thousands and thousands of people who cannot be here to attend this meeting. We collectively ask you to not grant permits to this project, as it could greatly reduce any Everglades restoration efforts and possibly lead to further development and destruction of the EAA, which could in turn have huge negative impacts on the EAA reservoir, which is already in place, and the Everglades itself. When the National Park System was created, the intentions were for all parks to be respected and preserved equally. They aren't going to pave Yellowstone, Yosemite, or the Grand Canyon, but they'll certainly try to pave the Everglades, and we won't stop trying to save her. So in closing, I'll say it's basically up to you, the Palm Beach County Commissioners, to determine the fate of the single most valuable resource in South Florida, the Everglades National Park. So please choose wisely and choose to preserve it for future generations, and not to mention protect all the creatures, great and small, that call the Everglades home. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Preston, 5651 Shirley Drive, Jupiter. I'm a volunteer unpaid board member with Friends of the Everglades and board member and past chair for Florida Wildlife Federation, but I'm here to speak on behalf of myself today. The Everglades is on life support, currently receiving only a third of its historic water supply, and I strongly oppose this project. I traveled to Tallahassee 5 times in 2017 to try to help advocate for this EAA reservoir next to the project being discussed today. The reservoir has always been recognized by the science community as the heart of Everglades restoration, and not only is it a $2 billion project in itself, it's inarguably the most critical component of the whole $20 billion plus SERP plan. In 2000, the National Academy of Sciences asked for a 100,000 acre reservoir component as part of SERP. In 2017, Senator Joe Negron, as part of SB 10, proposed a 60,000 acre reservoir. By the end of a legislative session, that became 17,000 feet, in large part because of pushback from the applicant and several of the other groups in the area, in the EAA. That's about 17% what we're getting today of what science said that we originally needed. That didn't even account for sea level rise and climate change. So this reservoir has been constrained and reduced and scaled back more than enough, and now we want to allow a rock mine to be built right next to it with completely unknown consequences. And as far as the approval process of this project, the EA reservoir had to go through the district scoping and Army Corps NEPA process. Why is this project not subject to similar or the same oversight? Commissioner Sachs asked earlier, if we approve this project today, when talking about the Boynton land swap, what will the effect be? That's a good question, and I'd be really surprised if anybody on this commission could answer that confidently, because I don't think any of us in this room really know what the effects will be if this is approved today. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas founded Friends of the Everglades in 1969, and I think if she was here today and she saw what was being proposed, I'm pretty sure we all know what she'd think of this. And
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what she'd have to say. Thank you.
Okay, we have Linda Smith, Ryan Rossi, Eve Samples, Jennifer Quintero, Lauren Jonaides, and Kara Kapp.
Linda Smith, I'm still from Jupiter, Florida, still here with the Sierra Club. Please vote no today. This is an unsolicited proposal, not asked for by the South Florida Water Management District or the Army Corps. I believe this project was discussed for about 3 minutes in February 13th at the governing board, but I might be incorrect on that. As pointed out, Drew Bartlett's letter includes words like if and maybe, and it will take approximately a year for the South Florida Water Management to do this preliminary review, is what I understand. Obviously, the South Florida Water Management District is not waiting for your approval. They've got the letter. They're starting to, they're moving it along. So you really need to get the water right. We've had this discussion on other projects as well. before you get the approval, this is kind of the emperor's clothes in a rock mine dressed up as an infrastructure and restoration water project. The rock mine would not make a good reservoir typically. Rock mines are typically contaminated with salt water and chemicals. I know they're going to have wells. I know they're going to test it. But typically, it's not to the purity that the Everglades is requiring. You know the Sierra Club has been working for decades on preserving agriculture in the agricultural reserve. That's why I was here earlier. You can't eat rock, and we have concerns about the water. You have to get the water right. I'm afraid this will open the floodgates for other requests for rock mines, and the Sierra Club stands with the other environmental groups that are very concerned about water quantity and quality for the Everglades. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ryan Rossi, Boca Raton. I'm the director of the South Florida Water Coalition. Since 2019, my organization has strongly advocated for the protection of our area's water supply, as well as to ensure that water policy serves to protect the water supply of over 7 million South Florida residents, work with our local utilities that work diligently to make sure the right amount of water is available to our communities, and finally, that water is available to maintain our local environmental integrity. Over this span of time, I've also worked closely with our leaders in our community to be an advocate of water policies that make sense. I have an advisory board whose members range from the mayor of West Palm to the utility directors that include Lake Worth Drainage District in the city of Boynton Beach. They, like all of us, care very greatly about their communities, the communities that they represent and service. You know, it's no secret to anyone that we need to store more water. We would be careless if we did not figure out ways to achieve storage options for everybody. It seems like every year a new alarm sounds for water supply in Florida, and South Florida is ground zero with a surging population and widespread development that add new users to our system and natural environmental changes that threatens our fresh water supply. Storage options, simply put, are a must. This particular project, based on what we've heard today, helps create storage, and not just in ways that are unfamiliar to us. And if it's done right, that is, while being sensitive to our environment, serving as a complement to our other restoration projects, all while ultimately providing us with the water storage we so desperately need, then this is something I think that should move forward. It's aiming to improve the availability of our storage capacity, which means more water to the system, and it helps ensure that water is available for a number of practical and useful purposes. And I got that just from the presentation today. So we need storage, and this offers us that important option. I support this and urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Eve Samples, Executive Director at Friends of the Everglades. We were founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. I'm here today on behalf of more than 35,000 Friends of the Everglades supporters, approximately 1,600 of which live in Palm Beach County, to urge you to oppose the Southland rock mine. The three companies lobbying for this proposal, Florida Crystals, U.S. Sugar, and Phillips & Jordan, have pitched it as a, quote, unsolicited public-private partnership. The public did not ask for this, and the South Florida Water Management District has only recently started its review of Southland, as confirmed in an April 29th letter from district employee Jose Esquivel. The letter clearly states the district, quote, will evaluate the unsolicited proposal for Southland. Will evaluate does not mean the district has evaluated it. This is a critical distinction. You're contemplating a massive rock mine based on the developer's unverified claims that it will be a water resources project that benefits the public. In fact, the district has yet to hold a public meeting on Southland. Its first public meeting is 1 week from today in Belle Glade. Why would you give approval to a mine when the review is in its infancy? Significant scientific concerns exist about negative environmental impacts from this project. Southland seeks to mine rock for more than 40 years, then hold the water and resulting holes in the ground. There is no Everglades restoration unless the water is clean. Yes, we need more water storage, but there is no meaningful new water quality component of this project. No stormwater treatment areas. We have 60,000 acres of those south of Lake Okeechobee. They are heavily taxed by existing pollution from the very landowners that are seeking your approval today. You are under no obligation to grant this approval. What happens in the EAA will determine the success or failure of Everglades restoration. Please stand up for taxpayers, stand up for transparency in government, stand up for the people, and oppose this project today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Quintero. I'm a former Everglades National Park Ranger, an Everglades wildlife expert, and the current Everglades Fellow for the National Parks Conservation Association. In this role, I advocate for the protection and restoration of the greater Everglades ecosystem. I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to the Southland Mine proposal, which poses a serious threat to the Everglades and the decades of collaborative work invested in its restoration. During my time as a park ranger, I had the privilege of teaching thousands of students of all ages about the Everglades. My job was to take them on field trips and introduce them to the wilderness that exists right in their own backyard. I had the honor of exploring habitats with them, talking about the wildlife, and teaching them how to care for these beautiful places, to leave them better than we found them. One of my favorite lessons to share was the history of the Everglades, how past generations tried and failed to tame and drain it, and how, despite their failure, the ecosystem was still damaged. I loved seeing the spark of justice in kids' eyes when they realized what had been lost, and hearing their ideas for how to fix it. I would tell them about the comprehensive Everglades restoration project, yes, a huge mouthful to a bunch of fourth graders, and how people from all walks of life came together to protect this national treasure. I reminded them that they would inherit this landscape and that they had the power to make it even better for future generations. And this is what I believe our leadership should be about, leaving things better than we found them. To do that, we must make decisions based on the best available science and a full understanding of the potential consequences. Approving the Southland Mine project without fully evaluating its impact, particularly on the EAA reservoir and the stormwater treatment areas adjacent to the site, would be a great disservice to the people of South Florida and to the billions of taxpayer dollars already invested in Everglades restoration. I urge this commission to reject the Southland Mine proposal outright, or at the very least to wait until this project has been thoroughly reviewed by the South Florida Water Management District, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, independent scientists, and the tribal nations whose lands and waters may also be affected. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lauren Janitis. I'm the Senior Conservation Director with Tropical Audubon Society, and I'm here to urge this board to defer the vote on the proposed Southland mining project. While Tropical Audubon Society is based in Miami, I'm here today not only as a representative of our organization, but also as a resident of Palm Beach County. This decision before you has implications that could reach beyond this county, potentially affecting the future of Everglades restoration efforts throughout South Florida, including Miami-Dade County. Our board members of Tropical Audubon Society and our membership utilize the Everglades areas for incredible birding experiences and field trips. It is very important to us and we must protect it. We strongly oppose this mining proposal because it undermines the public's significant investment in restoring the Everglades. Approving this project now, before the South Florida Water Management District has completed a full review, would be premature and irresponsible. Please defer this vote until the South Florida Water Management District has had the opportunity to conduct a thorough evaluation and provide science-based guidance. The Everglades and the people and wildlife that rely on it deserve a future built on sound planning and environmental integrity, not short-term gain. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kara Capps, 6728 Hollandare Drive West in Boca Raton. I represent the National Parks Conservation Association. If this project was truly part of the solution for the Everglades, as the applicant claims, you would not have nearly every reputable conservation nonprofit working on Everglades restoration here opposing it. I am an expert on Everglades restoration. I have a master's degree in planning. I've been working on SERP for 15 years, and I have significant concerns about how this project will impact our investment in Everglades restoration. I'm also a homeowner here in Palm Beach County. My husband and I are raising our 3 beautiful girls in Boca. This is my youngest daughter, Anne. She graduated preschool yesterday. If you approve the Southland mine today, they will still be excavating when Anne turns 40. She will be older than me, and they will still be excavating this site. So when we ask you to slow down, it's because the impacts are significant, they're long-lasting, and they're huge. 8,600 acres is bigger than the town of Waxahachie Groves. So this is a very significant site. I urge you to put a continuance on this decision pending a formal agreement with the Water Management District Governing Board. That will be the indication that the project is approved. And I also wanted to share something really critical. I hope the other commissioners who aren't here will be able to hear this as well. I just spoke with a representative from the Miccosukee Tribe's administration, who very clearly stated that the tribe has not taken a position on this project, and they were very surprised to hear otherwise or to see the tribe mentioned in the applicant's presentation. So I think there is a misrepresentation happening, and the tribe should be consulted. So I will thank you again for your consideration, and I hope that we will postpone this vote until all of the information can be properly gathered. Thank you.
Okay, we have Gail Ladd, Gil Smart, Levita Holmes, Caitlin Newcamp, Valentina Decoro, and Jessica Namath.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Ladd. I'm from Jupiter, Florida, and I urge you to vote against this controversial project before it has been thoroughly vetted by the South Florida Water Management District and the Army Corps of Engineers. There are many questions that need to be answered, as we've heard this afternoon, as to the harm it may cause and to the effectiveness of the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir and the future Everglades restoration and health of the surrounding ecosystems. That in itself should be reasons to pause, postpone. It's not going to hurt. What's the rush when the issue is so important to our environment and water quality? I ask you please to think and postpone. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gil Smart, and I'm Executive Director of Vote Water. We're a statewide group with donors and supporters here in Palm Beach County that advocates for clean water by supporting strong policies and the leaders who champion them. I was at the April meeting of the South Florida Water Management District Governing Board, where some board members expressed concern about the fact that they had not had a chance to vet the Southland project, and yet the applicant was proceeding through the Palm Beach County approval process based on an assertion that they had all they needed to move forward. But as you've heard from others today, all they have is a letter that, quote, identifies this as a project that might work. In fact, Drew Bartlett's exact wording in that letter on New Year's Eve said that the project will likely provide viable alternative technologies. But in fact, on page 8 of today's staff report, it states that the Southland site is a project that will provide viable alternative technologies. Drew says it will likely provide. Your staff says it will provide. There would seem to be a bit of a difference there. The Water Management District, as you heard, has not completed its 7-step review process. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has not yet studied how this project will affect the multi-billion-dollar EAA reservoir being built right next door. To allow this plan to move forward without sufficient scrutiny of its environmental impacts, and in particular, the potential physical impacts on the EAA, borders on reckless. But it appears this project is being fast-tracked, perhaps in part because the politically powerful sugar industry owns the 8,600 acres in question. But we ask you to do the prudent thing and wait until the project has been thoroughly vetted by the Army Corps and the Water Management District completes all steps of its review process before this board signs off on it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Newcamp, representing Audubon, Florida, and I live in Deerfield Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Audubon, Florida has been a leading advocate for the protection of the Everglades for over 120 years. Two major projects that we have supported and which are vital to restoring the Everglades' health are the EAA reservoir and the accompanying STA. These projects are essential for restoring the natural flow of water through the River of Grass and moving more fresh water southward, which is desperately needed. These projects are developed under the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, a collaborative framework between the state and federal government designed to guide and implement the long-term restoration of this very vital ecosystem. Under SERP, each project undergoes a very thorough process that includes expert scientific reviews, public input, and robust oversight. This ensures that the projects are thoughtfully planned, integrated, and aligned with the overarching goal of restoring the Everglades both effectively and sustainably. The Southland Rock Mine project is proposed in very close proximity to these projects, as mentioned. Given this, it is imperative that this project undergo a much higher level of review from both the Army Corps and the district before it is approved by this board. We are deeply concerned that the project has moved forward with minimal scientific analysis and has not involved adequate public review thus far. We believe a comprehensive evaluation of potential environmental impacts is absolutely essential for any proposed mining project in this region. The absence
of this review and an environmental assessment leaves us with questions about the risks it may pose to both groundwater and ongoing restoration efforts. In light of these concerns, and that we believe this has been mischaracterized as already approved by the Water Management District, it is premature to bring this project before the Commission for approval at this time. While we do know water storage is needed, so is water quality, and so we respectfully urge the board to withhold approval until a more thorough review has been completed. This level of scrutiny is necessary to ensure that any decisions made about the future of Everglades will protect both the ongoing restoration and the future health of the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Lavita Holmes, 901 Florida Avenue in Clewiston, Florida, and I appreciate the opportunity. Let me go ahead and start with, I urge you to vote yes on behalf of Southland Water Resource Project. In case I run out of time, let me go ahead and say that first. So we service the Glades communities, Pahokee, Belglade, Clewiston, and South Bay. So I'm here today to voice strong support for the Southland Water Resource Project, not just as an advocate, but as someone who has lived, worked, and fought for the Glades community my entire life. Our community has always been a place where hard work is honored, where families rely on agriculture not just for jobs, but for identity, dignity, and survival. We grow the food that feeds the nation, and we do so responsibly with deep respect for our water and for our land. The Southland Project is a practical, science-based solution that will bring much-needed water storage to South Florida, help meet our region's environmental goals even sooner than the EAA reservoir, and create real, good-paying jobs right here at home with a promise to prioritize local hiring. The project has been reviewed by the DEP, discussed at the South Florida Water Management District. This is not a backroom deal. It's been public, transparent, and collaborative, and yet a handful of paid activists from outside our community want to tell us what's best for us. Well, I say let us speak for ourselves. We support the Southland because it's about our jobs, justice, and clean water for the people who actually live in the area. Please do not let the outside noise drown out the voices of the Glades. We are not a playground for protest politics. We are families, churches, small businesses, and proud communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, y'all. My name is Valentina Del Coro. I'm a resident of Deerfield Beach, Florida, born and raised in Palm Beach, but I can't afford to live here anymore, so now I'm down in Deerfield. I want to start by raising a couple of questions. Discrepancy in the public versus private funding. Why the discrepancy in the information about that? Why the discrepancy in these two reports that we just saw? The one coming from the Southland Project stated that the final acreage storage would be around 12,000 acres, and then the one from your staff said closer to 87,000, so that's just a big discrepancy there. And really, I want to know why, or state that the reason that this is being put forward as a water resource project is pretty clear, because it's the only way that they can finagle this project into the very narrow standards that were set to protect this region. If they were confident that FDOT wanted that aggregate contract, then why are they pushing so hard for it to be water resource? I just think that if FDOT doesn't want that aggregate, are they then allowed to turn around and sell all of that road aggregate privately, which then makes this a private profit more than a public works project? I'm not a paid conservation anyone. I just am a regenerative farmer who decided to take time off of work to come up here and say that the biggest takeaway for me from this is that these sugar companies are willing to say that they want to take over 8,000 acres of what the EAA farmers call some of the most productive and fertile farmland in our country out of farming production. The mayor of Belglade said, you know, we stand behind our farming and our farmers, and well, they don't want to farm this land anymore. They want to rock mine it. So I think that's the biggest takeaway. How can we recapture this land to actually benefit Floridians? We are the biggest winter crop supplier, so we could be using this land for better things than a rock mine.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Namath, and I'm an almost 40-year resident here in Palm Beach County. I'm also the grassroots girl that started the Protect Jonathan Dickinson State Park group on Facebook, which has just under 50,000 people. And we've been, really frustrated with government doing land swaps and, lack of transparency and things like that. And so it's frustrating for me to sit in my local county commission and to see those same things. I'm not sure why we try to help developers find the loopholes to get through with doing these things instead of standing by the people, which to that point, I hate that this is about jobs, or it seems like we're arguing against people having their jobs, because I certainly would never want to do that and don't, I want the communities to thrive. And I think that you have a responsibility to help find better solutions than the one that you're pushing for. Initially, I was going to talk about how my kids will be older than me also once the benefits to the Everglades finally materialize for this. But to Mr. McVoy's point also, I think that the fact that an applicant can apply for a permit in the spirit of SERP, but not a part of it, is so irresponsible and inconsiderate. And I'm not sure if I remember seeing any of you guys at the Everglades Coalition, the 40th annual this year, but had you been there, or if you were, you know how complex this process is with restoration, which before I came today, I wanted to reach out to Betty Osceola and ask what the Miccosukee tribe was, or their position was on this. And last night she told me that they did not have a position on this, which is why it was so alarming for me to hear them say today that the Seminole and Miccosukee were approving of it. So I reached out to the chairman while I was sitting in here, which you're welcome to see, who he and his lawyer then both verified they have absolutely not approved this and are not, they have not taken a position on it. So there's a lot of misleading information, and you need to delay this to provide the accurate information needed to make a sound decision. Thank you.
Okay, we have Amy Palmer, Alexandria Larson, Jairus Goss, Casey Darling-Niffen, Lisa Interlandi, and Joe Kylis.
Hey everyone, my name is Amy Palmer. I'm a resident of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, and I just wanted to point out something to kind of piggyback on the last statement about some of the things being disingenuous. In February 2024, environmental resource permit application was filed.
Could you stand a little closer to the microphone, please?
Was filed with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. In that application, under supplemental information for stormwater management systems for mines, this project that we're currently talking about talks about it being a mine, and that the average production of excavated material is anticipated to be 1.4 million yards. And then it goes on to say more than 20 years, as other people have pointed out. And other documents reveal that the application lists the South Florida Water Management District as the end user. However, operations and maintenance entity is listed as Palm Beach Aggregates LLC, a company whose primary business revolves around mining and selling aggregates for construction and development. So putting all those puzzle pieces together, there's a lot of ambiguity in the information that is available, and I just wanted to point that out, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Were you?
Amy Palmer, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for her. I thought that you were going back and forth with the mics. Go ahead. Want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Palm Beach Aggregates. It's amazing that it's connected to Palm Beach Aggregates. It was so easy, because I saw Ernie today and I thought surely Palm Beach Aggregates must be connected to this because they need more aggregate for their roads. They need more money. 200 million a pop isn't enough. Because there are no public-private partnerships in rock mining. We pay for it, the taxpayers. We do. We are paying for it. We're paying for the roads, we're paying for everything. No site visit. I really do urge you, commissioners, when you are planning anything or looking at anything, do a site visit. That letter was sent at Christmas time by the gentleman at South Florida Water Management District. It was not vetted by the board, presented to the board, or authorized by the board of the South Florida Water Management District. Because I went to that meeting. It was so much fun to go to that meeting, because then they spent 45 minutes saying what an honest human being he was. If he was, they wouldn't have to testify for 45 minutes what an honest human being he was. I'm seeing this stuff. I listen really carefully, commissioners. I really do, because, 150 jobs that are being promised to the Glades people, they spent more on the bus rides today than they ever would have got for those 150 jobs. All the people that they put in here today. They give them incorrect information. But that is so funny, because Enrique Tomei's blasting permit ends with the county in 2034. And this one will need its blasting permit starting in 2034. This doesn't pass the smell test, commissioners. We're beyond Limburger. It's the way it is. All these things are connected. I always die when I start reading all the paperwork, because it's like connecting dots to the biggest crime that ever happened in the county. Now we're back to another crime scene. I don't want any more crime scene tape anywhere, commissioners. I want us to have good, sound science. That's what you need, and you don't have.
Thank you, Ms. Larson.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jairus. My address for record is 620 Christina Drive in Royal Palm Beach. I'm here as a concerned local, urging you to vote no on the Southland Water Resource project. I came from the field just like the land we're trying to protect. I was born and raised in Broward County, where the Everglades were our playground and still are for my sons. Airboat gurus. Our family lives and breathes that water. We don't just care about the land, we are a part of it. As someone who has dealt with construction, I do respect the skilled labor behind these kind of projects. But the respect I have for the craft doesn't mean silence when the location threatens water and the verbiage is altered. With the vice president, he mentioned that we can call it a reservoir, but any of us that know, if you dig 60 feet, you're mining. So as a Floridian, respectfully, we all know what a water project really looks like. Sorry. Let's be clear, this isn't a water resource project, it's a private rock mine using legal loophole to bypass critical environmental oversight from the South Florida Water Management District and the Army Corps. But you are not powerless here. Under the rule, authority, and your duty to enforce comprehensive plan, you have every legal right to say no, especially when the public interest, environmental integrity, and long-term water security are on the line. We have seen loopholes lead to disaster. In Central Florida, Mosaic's legal mining permits led to contaminated water or groundwater and sinkholes. Let's not repeat that mistake in Palm Beach County. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Casey Darling-Niffen. I am the Conservation Policy Director with the Florida Wildlife Federation, representing over 115,000 members statewide, including nearly 9,000 in Palm Beach County. We strongly urge you to delay action today on the Southland Water Resource application. Despite the name, this project has not been formally recognized by the South Florida Water Management District as a water resource project, and it has not been vetted by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the state and federal agencies responsible for Everglades restoration. The proposal would allow for decades of rock mining in the Everglades agricultural area with no confirmed, I make that very bold in my statement, confirmed public benefit. It has the potential to undermine the integrity of the $4 billion EAA reservoir and stormwater treatment area, a massive taxpayer investment in Everglades restoration. The Federation has a long legal and policy history of defending this region, including our role as plaintiffs in the successful 2013 legal challenge to expanded rock mining in the EAA. The Federation was established in 1936. We've seen the damage unchecked projects can cause And we've also seen the benefits when careful and cautious approaches to restoration are taken with conservation in mind. Please do not rush this vote. We respectfully ask you to delay this application until a thorough review is completed by the district and the Corps. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I'm here on behalf of two organizations. I would like to request my 5 minutes. I realize that is going to be denied, but it is in your quasi-judicial rules, so that is the basis of my request. Okay, I want to just really quickly, I'm handing out something right now, that's some documents, and if at the end of my comments, if I could get a motion to receive and file, I would very much appreciate it. First of all, I just want to talk briefly about the legal precedent regarding mining in the EAA. You guys heard about it. 3 county approvals for mining were overturned based on inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. All the language is the language that was being discussed today, and it has to do with the uses of the aggregate and the purposes for which the mining is being approved. All 3 were overturned because the conditions were insufficient. We have serious concerns about the conditions today. South Florida Water Management District has 100% not approved this project. There's a couple reasons why there's no substantial competent evidence to support that conclusion. First of all, their letter literally says likely. Likely is not enough to comply with the precedent that has been established by the courts. The letter concludes, please look at the letter closely, read it critically before you decide that it is in fact substantial competent evidence. Read it yourself because it does not say what staff said it says. It does not say that they found it is a viable water resource project. It 100% does not say that. In fact, at the end of the letter, it says, by this letter, you have completed step 1 of the district's 7-step process. Step 1 is submitting an application. That is what they had done at the time of that letter. Submitted an application, nothing more than that. Okay. The second thing is that that letter has been superseded by subsequent correspondence from the district. The district sent a letter to the Everglades Coalition where they stated that they have not begun to review the project yet, but they will. They stated that the district, we will now turn our attention to thoroughly evaluating the proposal. If staff concludes that it is a viable storage and treatment project that will provide benefits and that will not impact the construction or operation of the EA reservoir, district staff will then bring the project to the governing board for consideration before entering into a comprehensive agreement pursuant to Florida statute. That same exact message was given by Drew Bartlett in his executive director comments on February 14th, 2025, which is also included in the documents that I gave you. Subsequent to that, on April 29th of last month, the district sent another letter to Phillips and Jordan in which they stated that they had identified the evaluation criteria that they would use to evaluate it. That means that they have not even started evaluating it yet. Even beyond that, okay, Florida statutes provides a very specific process for approving unsolicited proposals. The district is prohibited by law from approving any unsolicited proposal until they've had 2 public hearings and determined that there is a public benefit associated with the project and that they have to publish a notice that they have found that to be the case in the Florida Register for 7 days. None of those things have happened. There is not substantial competent evidence to find that the South Florida Water Management District has identified this project. The evidence before you clearly demonstrates that that is not the case. Okay, I only have 10 seconds. I have so much more to say about the conditions and the failures in your guys' conditions. I wish that someone would ask me about them so that I could have an opportunity, even just a minute, to explain. I submitted proposed revised conditions to you today. If anyone wants to hear an explanation of why I did that, I would love the opportunity just to take a minute and explain it.
I don't see any lights on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Matt,
Okay, I'm sorry, could I get a motion to receive and file my documents?
I don't believe you need one. I'll just
I would
give it
like
to
these to be included in the record with the clerk.
I will give them to the clerk and she'll include them in the record.
Okay, thank you so much.
sure. Yeah, you can just receive it without objection. I did want to touch, because this is the second time somebody's brought up the time limits. Just to be clear, in the quasi-judicial rules of procedure, there are certain time limits depending on the status of the person speaking, but it very clearly says, at the discretion of the chair of the commission, the time allowed for any testimony may be reduced or extended. And also within your normal board rules of procedure, it indicates that in the event more than 20 people indicate their desire to speak on the same or related matter, the mayor may establish time limits to ensure the progress of the meeting and resolution of the issue.
And we had how many cards today? 48?
48.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have Richard Grosso, Tammy Jackson Moore, Walter Lord, Chris Peterson, and Scott Zucker.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. I'm Richard Grosso. I'm an attorney representing Friends of the Everglades. I would request 5 minutes. I have a letter of authorization from them. You're shaking your head no. I will move on. Thank you. This project is premature. There is no reason why for any other state process to move forward, why this commission has to approve its local permit. I've not heard a reason. As a matter of law, you do not need to say yes before they can move forward with any of their other projects. You do not have competent, substantial evidence. The burden is on the applicant to demonstrate compliance with your code and plan. Land Development Code, page 614 of 1,221, as the exact same language as the future land use element policy. This project, by the evidence, has not been shown to be associated with an ecosystem restoration process identified, past tense, by the Water Management District or the Army Corps of Engineers. What your staff has told you is that this policy was put into the plan and the corresponding code so you could support Everglades restoration where projects were, I quote from the staff report, page 8, found to be feasible for design and construction. That hasn't happened yet. You've just heard from Ms. Interlandi, and these letters are in your package. The Water Management District December 31st letter that's being relied upon has been overcome by events. That is no longer the last word on the status of this project. It's clear, and they haven't begun to analyze it yet, there's no way that can be reconciled with a finding that this project has been deemed to be found, identified, associated with a Water Management District project. It can't be true if they haven't begun to do the analysis yet. What the staff report tells you on page 6, right, is the applicant is committed to seeking an operation agreement, maybe with the Corps, maybe with the district, maybe with a nonprofit. We don't know who's going to do this project. We don't know how they're going to do it. We don't know when they're going to do it. There's no way that has demonstrated compliance with your policies. You've got nothing but speculation.
Thank you,
don't
sir.
have. I have cross-examination questions.
Sir.
May I?
Have a seat, please.
I would like to, through the mayor, cross-examination questions pursuant to your rules.
Madam Mayor, there is a provision in the rules for that, but it occurs after public comment is over.
Thank you. Please sit down.
But can I give them to you now so I don't have to stand up again? Okay.
You can hand them to our attorney since he knows. He's the attorney.
Tammy Jackson Moore, 573 Southeast 3rd Street, Belglade. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of the Commission. Again, my name is Tammy Jackson Moore, and I am the co-founder of Guardians of the Glades. As some of you may know, we formed about 8 years ago during Senate Bill 10 to advocate for the protection of jobs and for our way of life in Western Palm Beach County. Then, like now, our community was subject of intense scrutiny and public debate. Then, like now again, our community's livelihoods are either ignored or overlooked. They're overlooked by those who claim to have an interest in the Everglades. We are too familiar with the noise they try to make and the divisiveness that they try to encourage. The worst of it is that it is blatant dishonesty and stroking fear among people who truly have good intentions or just don't know us to take positions against us. Our work in the community includes gauging local concerns. We in the Glades share the concerns that many in Palm Beach County share: having food to put on their table, a roof over their heads, and employment opportunities. The Southland Water Resource project checks all of these boxes for us in the Glades. The jobs that it will bring will help our community to have economic opportunities, unique yet characteristic to our region of the county. Mayor Marino, Vice Mayor Baxter, and county commissioners, your staff has already done the homework. The Advisory Zoning Commission voted in majority to support your staff's recommendation of approval of the Southland project. We, the Guardians of the Glades, and we represent a community that is very strong and 30,000 plus residents. We are directly impacted by Southland. We are here to express strong support and encourage you to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Walter Lloyd from Stewart, Cabana Point. I happen to live on the South Fork of the St. Lucie River. So I'm glad I got to follow this young lady because from what I've heard from mayors and locals that live around this project, I've heard that they're looking at good potentials for jobs, that their farming is responsible, that all that they're doing over there is well within their right. But on the other hand, like I would point out, I live on the St. Lucie, there's a broader impact by your decision. And the impact is in evidence by Everglades destruction, the lake destruction, the St. Lucie destruction, and Loxahatchee destruction, and more. But this is why it's very important for you all to hear. You're limited by the process itself. Your staff gets input from a developer's experts. All that you heard from them came from a developer's experts. Today is the first time you're hearing expert testimony. And now your staff's hearing it. So you are required now or expected to make a decision based on spur of the moment expert testimony. I'm asking you today to postpone for further consideration in the evidence and the expert testimony that you've heard today, and you've heard it loud and clear. You should hear from the South Florida Water Management District. You should hear from Army Corps. And before you make any decisions that impact all of us, not just the people that live locally, we need you. You're not just making a Palm Beach County decision. You're making a decision that affects many of us in Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Scott Zucker of Wellington, Florida, unpaid president of Audubon Everglades, and represent approximately 2,200 chapter members in Palm Beach County. As our name, Audubon Everglades, might suggest, we are deeply committed to the best possible outcomes for the Greater Everglades. We have supported the implementation of SERP since its origin and have supported water storage in the EAA. We are deeply concerned why the Southland project, which is almost the size of Boynton Beach, by the way, and below ground level is being proposed with no complementary STA or surrounding wetland filters to clean the water stored, is situated adjacent to the $4 billion EAA STA and your other expensive and important Everglades restoration projects designed to clean and send water south, which we, the taxpayers, are paying for, and which is being considered here today before we clearly understand what impacts it will have on the surrounding SERP projects, exactly what benefits will be derived, and what additional potential long-term costs we, the taxpayer, may incur. When asked by Florida Weekly on March 20, 2025, what is the viability of water sometime in the future, even distant future, years or decades in the future, in a used mine with no surrounding wetland filters to clean it? Chauncey Goss, South Florida Water Management District Chairman, said, I don't know what to think of the Southland project yet because it's still in its infancy from a South Florida water management standpoint. It wasn't our project, but an unsolicited project brought to us by Phillips and Jordan, presumably on behalf of the property owners who I believe to be U.S. Sugar and Florida Crystals. Our staff is still in the early assessment of the project, which we need to determine is compatible with all the progress we have been making on the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. Anyway, I'm asking you to bring the same wisdom to bear when you vote today and deny or delay this project until a transparent and comprehensive review process is conducted by the appropriate agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Peterson. I'm 1520 Chaffee Drive, Titusville, Florida. I am a boat manufacturer. My business depends on clean water, good fishing, so I've spent decades advocating for the clean water process. As to just delay this decision, and I think it's a really good idea to delay it until the South Florida Water Management District does a complete workup and decides if they want to accept this as a project. If you read the letter, they have not. If you look and listen to the comments of the Water Management District Governing Board, they're concerned about the letter, and they're concerned that they have not yet evaluated it, and it's a long process. This is not a project that's in the Everglades Restoration Plan, but it could be. You know, the water management districts, they have a delicate dance of almost like playing three-dimensional chess to make sure we have the right water in the right times, in the right places, and the right quality of water. And they've got staffs that evaluate this, and this has not yet been evaluated by them. So the question becomes, what happens today if you approve this project thinking that it might be a water resource project, and they don't accept it? Then what you have is they can still move forward with a rock mine and selling this rock to FDOT. And a rock mine, a strip mine, right in the middle of America's largest and most expensive ecological resource and rehabilitation project that we've ever undertaken. So I'd ask you, just wait. Thank you.
Okay, we have Captain Scott Miller, Keith Cherney, Ethan Finichel, and Dr. Sun Pandey. Those are the last 4 cards.
Hello, my name is Dr. Sun Pandey. I'm from Lantana, Florida, and I am not paid to be here. In fact, I'm sacrificing my income to stand here and say this to you today. I'm the Vice President of the Palm Beach County Democratic Environmental Caucus of Florida. And Commissioners, I rise today on behalf of the Palm Beach County Democratic Environmental Caucus to express our firm and unequivocal opposition to the proposed Southland rock mine in the Everglades agricultural area. This proposal circumvents the normal vetting process, did not pass through the usual channels, and did not receive the adequate environmental review from the South Florida Water Management District. We worry that this project will not be a water resources solution, but will cause irreversible damage to our fragile Everglades ecosystem. If this is really an infrastructure and restoration project and not a land grab designed to line the pockets of U.S. Sugar, Florida Crystals, and the engineering partners, then wait for it to go through the normal vetting process. Failure to follow the normal process would be failing to fulfill your roles as commissioners, instead making you colluders. Our concern stems from the fact that the proposed site lies within land that is absolutely critical to the future of Everglades restoration, land that should be rehydrated, rewilded, and returned to its rightful ecological function. Mining 8,600 acres of this land for limestone should require extensive evidence of benefit, particularly as sea levels rise, toxic algae blooms, and freshwater scarcity continues to threaten the very habitability of South Florida. I'm going to put the rest of this letter, since I can't finish it, into record, please and thank you. And I want to champion everything that Christopher McVoy said earlier. That's my time.
Thank you very much. Last call.
Oh, and Ethan had to leave. He's not here anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Keith Cherney and Scott Miller. Okay, we also had 20 non-speaking cards that'll be entered into the record.
Thank you very much. Okay. Is this when I would ask these questions?
Sure, and through the rules, the chair would be the one to ask the questions. Cross-examination of each witness, in this case, I believe they're all for staff, is limited to 2 minutes, but the chair may enlarge the time period when necessary to ensure due process is provided. I know there was quite a bit of questions there, so I'm not sure that could all be done within 2 minutes, but it's up to the discretion of the chair how long to give
I
each.
already had announced that we were going to take a break at 5:30. Let's see where we get to. We have had some questions submitted, and they are for staff. So if you don't mind, I will read the questions. As Commissioner Sachs says, be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. But at 5:30, we will be taking a break.
And just to be clear, these are questions submitted by the attorney Richard Grosso pursuant to the cross-examination rules.
Okay, first question. Interesting how they're worded. Is the reason you are recommending a condition requiring the applicant to submit documentation demonstrating that South Florida Water Management District or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has determined that the mine will be used as a water resource project because that has not yet been demonstrated?
Brian Davis, for the record. It was, the language is put in there to make it very clear that it's grounded in the policy.
Say that again, please.
The language selected was to ground the reason for the condition in the policy, that it wasn't an arbitrary selection of words, that it was to mimic and to indicate compliance with the policy itself.
Thank you. Has the South Florida Water Management District or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers determined that this excavation will provide viable alternative technologies for water management associated with ecosystem restoration, regional water supply, or flood protection on a site identified by either of those agencies?
The December 31st letter indicates that they feel that it has, from the letter from the executive director.
From South Florida Water Management?
From South Florida, thank you.
Okay, and since it says or, we'll go with that. Thank you. Has anyone on county staff with the necessary expertise made an independent determination that the excavation is feasible for design, construction, and operation as a water resource project associated with ecosystem restoration, regional water supply, or flood protection? Mr. Linton, I'm thinking he's looking at you.
So there's a lot in that question.
Of course, it's from an attorney.
And yeah, so is it going to solve everything that ever needs and every needs of the Everglades in restoration? No. Is it a potential reservoir that can be a valuable tool in that? Yes. You've heard comments about, hey, it would be better with an SDA. Well, I'm not going to disagree with that. But it is a reservoir and it provides storage, which would allow you to slow down the movement of water through the SDAs. That would be a help. So did I take a look at it and I found no obvious fatal flaws in terms of the spacing and the side slopes and stuff like that. It's how it's best integrated into the SERP is a much more complex, and longer process.
Thank you. Is the letter dated April 29, 2025 from South Florida Water Management to Phillips and Jordan stating that the district will evaluate Phillips and Jordan's unsolicited proposal to use the mine as part of a water resource project, a reliable statement of the status of the district's process and the latest information available to you regarding that process? Who's taking this one? Oh, we're giving you your 2 minutes. We're timing all these.
Well, that's one way to ensure we'll be brief. I'm aware of that letter. There've been an absolute flurry of correspondence that come in the past few days. I'm not entirely sure what that letter says relative to the other correspondence that's come in. To me, at this point, it was just we're here, the staff report reflects what the staff report reflects. The staff report was written 2+ weeks ago, so that's really where we are. We're trying to explain the staff report.
Thank you.
And I would add, from a legal perspective, the letter should stand for itself, in my opinion.
Thank you. Okay. Before the mine would be turned over to South Florida Water Management, would any of the mined aggregate be sold for potential uses other than road building or South Florida Water Management, U.S. Army Corps of Engineer water management projects?
The intent of the conditions are that if they go down the public roadway path, there is a limitation that that aggregate can only be used for public roadway material or product development. That's the only intended other use that's allowable. We've seen information in the initial application and until relatively recently it said it was going to be both. They're preserving the concept of both, but they seem to be leaning more and more towards it's not for road production. And so that's why we're all the conditions but one are intended for it to be a water resources project.
Thank you. If this project is proceeding as a water resource project, do the proposed conditions of approval limit the sale or end use of the aggregate, or can it be sold for any purpose? That's a redundant question. So I'm going to strike that question because it was the same as the first one, the one previous. The staff report for today's meeting states that the applicant has not provided any documentation that the FDOT has any interest in the aggregate. Is that reference to, really? Is that reference to the Florida Department of Transportation? Has any such documentation been supplied since the staff report was issued? Has the applicant supplied any documentation from any public road building agency, for example, city or county or FDOT, confirming that the agency has determined that the aggregate from this mine meets their road building specifications, and the agency has contracted with the applicant to purchase any amount of the excavated material?
That was a lot of questions.
I'm just reading the questions.
The staff report indicated that we do not have anything as of now. There is also a statutory requirement that FDOT has to be consulted prior to a zoning decision, but FDOT does not have to respond. My understanding of process is usually you actually have to produce aggregate for FDOT to analyze it to see if it's of a suitable quality for them. So I think there's, again, a chicken and egg issue. You actually have to get approved to be a mine to do the thing, to do the extraction, so you can pull it out and see if FDOT likes it.
Thank
or
you.
will accept it.
Okay. Last question. What would happen to any aggregate that is determined not to meet the FDOT or any county requirements for use on roadway projects?
It is my understanding that the aggregate would stay on site. The applicant has said that to us. I'm trying to recall if it's actually said in the application materials. So if it's said there, then I defer to whatever was said in the application materials. But the intent is it cannot leave the site.
Okay. All right, that is all of the questions that were submitted for cross-examination. I'll submit a copy of these to the clerk. And now, sir?
I have a question. Is there any way I could do this?
We're not going to, I'm sorry, I'm going to look at the attorney. I'm going to look at the attorney. Sir?
Well, hold on. No. You need to submit it in writing.
Okay.
And it needs to be now.
All right, any of our board have any questions before we got a couple minutes before we take a break? Vice Mayor Baxter and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions for staff, maybe Paul, actually, more specifically.
Actually, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Vice Mayor. Per protocol, if we can give the applicant a chance to, for a rebuttal before the commission gets into discussion.
Okay, that'd be
Actually,
fine.
Part of my questions.
Mine too, so come on up.
Hello again, Ernie Cox. I had one clarification that I wanted to make. I misspoke earlier. I wanted to be perfectly clear. We were talking about we have consulted with both tribes, both the Seminole tribe and the Miccosukee tribe. We have not gotten any decision at all from the Miccosukee. To the extent that I indicated that they had provided input one way or the other, I want to clarify that they have not. And then a second thing, there was a question that came up about the difference between the 87,000 acre feet of storage versus the 120,000 acre feet of storage. And I wanted to clarify that, just like in the adjacent EAA reservoir, a portion of that storage will be below ground. And so in this circumstance, approximately 87,000 acre feet of the storage will be below ground level. And then because it is a low hazard reservoir, which means that the water does not go more than 4 feet above ground, the balance of the storage would be above ground. And then Matt Edson wanted to just clarify one thing, and we're certainly here to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you.
I just want to go through a couple of things we talked about today about this being kind of fast-tracked and short and in the way we've gone. And I can promise you that almost 3 years of my life has gone into this, and it has not been fast-tracked. The professionals that we hired are the same professionals, as I said before, that worked on the adjacent projects, and we did that for a reason. We wanted to make sure that we didn't have any issues going forward with these other projects, and they were compatible, so they are credible, responsible professionals that we would use. The third thing that we have to talk about here is this is a public-private partnership with us. We are investing the money to open this project. We have paid nearly $18 million for the engineering for a water resource project and a reservoir. None of that has been tax dollars. When we talk about tax dollars, there are no appropriations requested today for this project. And going forward in the future, once we work out the details with the district of what they want for attributes to make the project function, tax dollars, we will request appropriations for the function to use that project, such as pump stations, canals, water control structures, whatever the district desires that they need. The next thing I want to touch on is we have committed that we will continue to work with all of these agencies, and we have to continue to work with all of these agencies. We know that we have to continue to work with the district. We know that we have to continue to work with the Army Corps of Engineers. In front of the commission today is merely a step to get us to the next step, to continue to work with those professionals. And that's what we'll continue to do. It's not like the approval today would lead us to blasting on Monday. We have a long way to go between here and there and satisfying these conditions, the other state agencies that go along with this, and making sure that we are compliant with all of them going forward, and that's what we will do. There's a lot of time between now and then. So I welcome any questions you may have. So thank you.
Well, please don't sit.
Can you pull up your slide that shows the
I'm sorry, this is not, Matt, you come up, sir, you sit down. This is not a cross-examination of this gentleman by you. So, Matt, the vice mayor has some questions.
Sure.
A few questions. To clarify what you said, so at this moment, you've put roughly $18 million into this?
If not more.
And when you do reach the point of being somewhere where this is functioning as a water reservoir, you plan to maybe at some point go to the state and ask for appropriations?
We'll have to spend about another $200 million to get to that point. And
That's what my next question was. You jumped ahead.
And once we work out those details, we don't know what the district's going to build. We don't know what size CFS pump station, and they're very expensive. We don't know what that is yet, so I don't have a number to go to the state to ask for anything. That's years from now. And we know that none of that is coming out of SERP or Everglades Restoration or anything else. That's the same thing we do on every other project that we have around the state, that we work with them to get to a point where they identify either their budget or our budget, and we're not there
You're
yet.
estimating to put approximately $200 million of
We'll
your
have over
own.
$200 million invested by the time we put the first bucket in the ground.
And we've heard some concerns today about aggregate. Would you like to address those? Have you reached out to FDOT? Have you reached out to
I think
roads?
there's some misinformation or misunderstanding on the use of the aggregate for this project. We are a water resource project. That $18 million was spent to ensure that we are a water resource project. We have to build a reservoir no matter what, no matter if the district says yes or no, if they allow us to move forward, we have to build that reservoir. As a water resource project, we can do whatever we want to move that aggregate off that site, whether it be FDOT or not. About half that aggregate will stay on site to help build the reservoir. The other half that we will process will go off the site to help the rest of the state with their aggregate burden. If we were simply an FDOT project, and that's all we were going to get out of this project, we would have been digging a year ago. Because all we have to do is go to FDOT, and the crisis that we're in, they would likely give us a letter and say, yes, we are in a major aggregate shortage in this state, and we need this aggregate. We wouldn't be here. We'd already be digging in the Everglades. Phillips & Jordan is a water resource contractor in this state. We are the largest water resource contractor in this state. We do nothing else. We have other districts, other disciplines, but this is our major business.
What's another project that you guys have constructed of a water resource?
For water resource projects, we're the design builder on the Lake Okeechobee STA. C51 is one of those. The other projects we have are those that are issued in the open bid market for the South Florida Water Management District.
So most of our major water resource projects,
I think we have
if not all,
I think we have about 10 contracts right now with the district. We're the largest.
for water resource projects.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be another water resource project?
This is another water resource project.
I'm just looking through my questions to make sure I haven't missed any before I move on. Oh, timing. Yes, it was brought up about acre feet of storage. What are, it says approximately 20,000, I believe it was, within the first 5 years?
20,000, as we talked about earlier in those first 3 phases. That's why we did that, because the pump station construction is about a 2.5-year project. That's why that smaller center phase is done first, so we can start that pump station to deliver that water. And then while we're building the pump station, we get the other 2 cells done. They equated to 20,000 acre feet,
And that's within the first 5 years, but what's the total?
120,000 acre feet.
And so the idea that this is going to take 20 years to 70 years, I think somebody said,
59.
or 59 years, all right, almost 60 if we're rounding. But it's not going to be unused or
No.
there's not going to be, it's not just going to be sitting there in construction for 59
No,
years.
no.
There will be parts of it, I'm assuming from what we've heard,
We
that
will
were
turn
usable
over
in
another.
certain timelines?
Yes, ma'am. We will turn over another cell every 3 to 5 years, which will add another 8,000-ish acre feet every time we turn one over. So to put that in perspective, the EA reservoir, I
If we
think,
could pull up that slide, please, I'd appreciate it. The timeline.
I don't have the remote. The timeline from Brian's.
Well, you had, there was a slide that showed,
Oh, in the conditions?
chart in the report. Either way, so I just wanted to make that clear. So water resource, and it's going to be usable, but you won't be able to start it tomorrow. Now, something else I wanted to address, is this going before the South Florida Water Management District next week?
Yes. It's going in a public meeting next week.
Or to a public meeting
Our first
there?
public meeting next week.
Okay, and so then it is going through that process?
Yes.
With the South Florida Water Management District? That's what I was looking for, thank you.
That's correct.
And so, even if we approve this today, it's still going through that process?
I still have to go through that process. I still have to finish with FDEP, and I still have to consult with Army Corps.
And if at any point you get a rejection at any step along that way, and this is more of a question for staff, this comes back to us? Yes, unanimous yes.
Yes.
Okay, so our approval today isn't saying that we're speaking for any other entity but us.
Correct.
We are saying that we recognize the need for a water resource project and that you are still going through, there was a long list of conditions, and I do say I appreciate the fact that you even added conditions that we, the county, were not requiring to make everyone extra comfortable with this project.
Again, that's Phillips and Jordan. That's our company. So we hold ourselves accountable.
So I think those were my questions. I'll see if anyone else has questions.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. I did have a couple of questions. First one on who has the power, if this were to pass today, who has the power to revoke the permit at any time moving forward? Is that us?
The development order for the county, yes, that would be you all.
Okay. So, even however this starts today, this is certainly not some final etched in stone, off you go, and we're not a part of any of it moving forward.
This is just a zoning approval to authorize the use on the parcel of land, so.
And you
they-
actually have a number of conditions that were put in there that we could revoke it if those conditions are not met, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we were to say no today to this, what would that do to their process?
They wouldn't have a local development order that they could then use if they got they would, effectively, I think the answer is they have to come back and get it at some point in time.
But moving forward with all the other agencies that would be involved in this, if we have given them a no, assuming, it would maybe hamper the process or What would happen?
I think it's a better question for the applicant to ask for because it's their stake in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're here for you, the commission, to make a vote on one step. If we don't have this step, as we're working in conjunction with all of the other agencies, this is a step. A no for us would make this very difficult if we wanted to move forward at all.
So then, as far as the process and where we are right now, if we say yes, and with the conditions that you have put, and both of you have put together onto this, it's a yes to go to all the next steps that are a part of this. And when would you be coming back to us again?
We would have to come back to you on an annual basis with an annual report, but there's nothing left.
That's the minimum,
There's nothing
right?
left for you to vote on,
Okay.
Right.
Unless
we're out of compliance.
unless one of these conditions is not met, then you would be coming back to us.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so then the conditions that you've put at this point, if we vote yes, you would go forward to get all the other approvals that are, multiple approvals that are part of this process. And if you check every single one of those, then the next time we would see you would be a year from now with the annual report, your compliance report, all of that. And then that is something that would be happening every year after. Is that correct?
I want to be clear. The annual report would come to staff, and staff would only bring it forward if they indicated, or the annual report indicates non-compliance.
If there's a finding?
Right.
Okay. And that would be a finding from any of these other agencies, environmental, or, in any of the, I think, 9 conditions we have.
I'm sorry. We tied it to the FDEP permit because we understood that was going to be the next step. So that was going to be the first indicator of everything proceeding appropriately. We understand the complications to some extent of water management, planning and permitting and whatnot, but it's conceptual. We understand it's very difficult to get through and to put a timeline on, like the Water Management District and the Army Corps process. They understand that a lot better. Their proposal, rather than tying it to the district, was to the FDEP. We found that sensible because it's a faster, and it also, that FDEP permit deals with a lot of the concerns I think you heard, things like blasting, the seepage, the impact on the adjacent lands. So we thought that was the better item to tie it to, because that's the appropriate level for those levels of concerns to be addressed. So they would come up there, and we would understand it then.
Okay, and then if any of those conditions weren't met, they would inform you, and then you would tell us.
Yes.
And or even if they are met, I'm assuming you will let us. We will know as you reach the different milestones. If you get
Right.
the approvals that you need, you'll let us know.
Independently, any of those agencies could shut us down if we're not in
Right.
compliance.
Okay.
A little bit different with this one is we conditioned it with the county that we have to report all of those agencies to you to make sure we stay in compliance.
Okay, because I heard it, I think, a couple of times that this is early, this is in its infancy and all of this, but, I mean, I do kind of agree. We're, at this instance, almost kind of giving birth to this, and it is very early.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's a lot of conditions that are tied to this. And I hear the concerns that a lot of people have, but I feel that you have worked hard to put a number of conditions in that will keep this process moving, but also have additional checks that maybe wouldn't have been part of this, but they are, and you're going to report those back to us.
Yes.
So I feel very comfortable. We had I apologize. I think I came into your agenda review yesterday morning because I was first, and I think I made everybody late. But this was a long discussion that we had. So I do feel, somewhat comfortable just because of the conditions that you've put on here. We still do very much have a seat at the table with this, and you are going to be reporting, through staff to us. So I'm comfortable with what's been put forward, but I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thank you. And Matt, since you're up, the question that got submitted was regarding the elevation cross-section slide from you. Hazardous versus non-hazardous. The EAA reservoir slide shows the water being held above ground. The project slide shows water being held below ground. How can you store water below ground?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
I
Do you
read it
mean-
exactly as.
Can I get you to clarify? Am I allowed to answer his question? Because I think this is relevant. Are you asking how do you store water below the water table?
If we can see the slide.
We don't need to crosstalk. I think if there's a way to pull up the slide, that might
I don't have
help.
the control of the slide. If I'm correct, I think you want to understand how we store water below the water table. That one.
Yeah, okay, so the A2, the reservoir, the high hazard, you call this high?
That is technically a high hazard reservoir.
8 miles from any people? So
There-
is that what you're calling the hazard?
No matter where.
Point of order, please. I understood that there was written questions for a reason here.
Yes, there's.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Any clarifications should have been written within the question. If the question isn't understandable, then we can consider it outside the scope of the testimony. If you don't understand the question, just try your best to explain it the way that it's written.
So no matter where you put a reservoir, it gets a hazard classification. Because this one is a high impoundment with high head above grade, the scale of it all, if it were to fail, say that high hazard, that huge embankment fails, no matter where you have it 8 miles from anybody or right in town, it gets a classification based on construction standards. So that's what makes that one a high hazard reservoir. That's.
No.
Sorry,
no,
sorry, sir.
sorry.
No.
That's enough.
Sorry. Just for clarification, Commissioner Flores, your light is still on. Do you have a? Okay. Just for clarification, the high hazard has nothing to do with your project.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, if we could just have the name of the person that.
Mr. Rufus Wakeman.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and I will give the question to the clerk. Commissioner Weiss.
We having a break?
We are going to take a break. Right, well, we're 7 minutes over where we said we were going to. So, no, I'd actually like to take the break if we could. And we will be back at 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
everyone would like to take their seats. All right, I have several lights on. And I have all the staff here to listen to our questions. Commissioner Flores, before we left, your light went on first, so why don't you get the ball rolling?
All right, staff, let's bring this home, please. Can we go back to the slides of the conditional,
The conditions?
the conditions of approval? And can you, once again, do a recap on those?
The first condition is to clarify that it can only be used for the two uses that they've chosen out of the plan. The public roadway, which I think is an alternate use for them, as they've indicated here on the record, it's a water management project on the site identified in that letter, and that no commercial use. So it's like they can't sell the aggregate for some other purpose other than public roadway, or I guess there could be some interpretation that if it's needed to produce aggregate for a different water management project somewhere else, I guess that could be an alternative use. It's not really been contemplated or talked about, but just that's the whole limitation. That's the absolute minimum policy addressing issue, is the use is only that. And the reason that condition is written that way is a type 3B excavation is a commercial mining approval, but we're saying, yes, that's the big scope, but it's appropriate to make it consistent with the plan to limit it down to only these two purposes. So I want to clarify that. The second condition says they must come back with the FDEP environmental resources permit within a year. That's then the first check-in. If we don't have that, that's the one that's a guarantee back within a year if they do not have that. The third condition just says that we need to have, before they actually start breaking ground to commence the excavation, we must have the completed FDEP permit on how they're going to reclaim it, not just because some of these details they can issue the permit. My understanding is they can continue to refine like the engineering plans out further. So when they get to breaking ground, we need to know how it's going to be reclaimed, not left open or whatnot. So that's what that one is getting forward, or getting to. And it also says it has to be consistent with that component of the plan. So we're constantly trying to check back to the comp plan restriction. The fourth one is the voluminous condition. If you actually look at it in the backup, it goes through all the requirements for the annual report that we get. We typically, when we say these, we establish them a year from, or on the anniversary of the public hearing date, just at the end of the month. That's why we picked May 31st. That's would be the year from today, or the end of the month from a year.
So right here, is this self-reporting? Or is this a third party?
They will have to provide all of this information, and it's any contracts that they have, what's the status, how much have they, if they remove any for FDP purposes, then we'll get the receipts for the or excuse me, not FDP, the other acronym, speaking acronym soup now. The Florida DOT, the Department of Transportation, those types of public roadway projects, we would get that information back saying that this is the contract from the entity that was doing the public road project. There's a lot of other things that I actually could go to a different slide that actually has the whole language, and it takes up the better part of an entire slide to go through all the stuff if you want to see it in excruciating detail, which I'm happy to do. But it's got the other things, not just the conditions, all the conditions, not just these 7. There's, 7 pages of conditions on this? All of them. They have to say where they are at that point in time, how they're handling the compatibility requirements, and any FDEP permit conditions. So we will get that every year going forward. So
Once again, is it self-reporting, or is it like an audit where you pay somebody else to do?
they will have to give it to us. We would have to review it. The idea, though, is if we don't like what we see, it's coming back to this commission.
Is it self-reporting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Condition 5 is the restrictive covenant for each subphase as it comes in. This is the property restriction that would be in the public record as each phase commences, that says it's only for the water management project, and that can only be reclaimed consistent, the reclamation, sorry, I'm trying to read two at once. Condition 6 is for each subphase that if they, and I think this is somewhat reflective of, they don't know who that in-public entity is, whether it's the Corps or the district or maybe even FDP. And I think they've tried to set it up where it could even be a other nonprofit entity that if they take it on, that we will get a copy of that agreement that binds that operator or entity if it's conveyed. So. And then finally, condition 7, again, is if there's some reason that their FDEP permit or other permit is in violation, revoked, or otherwise nullified, they have 120 days to cure it from the date of the notice of violation to bring it back in. They have to tell us within a certain number of time, I think it's 15 days, that that they're in it, so we know that clock started, so we don't find out, 2 years later. They have to tell us. That's the other part of it that's not written up there. And then again, that's the status report. So those are the planning monitoring conditions, which are inclusive of the code requirements for the monitoring reports and whatnot. And there's other things in there, but that's really the plan consistency issue, because I think that's what you've been hearing from the opponent's attorneys, that their concerns are.
So when you were creating these conditions of approval, what were you looking for that you created these checkpoints throughout?
Well, one, we typically look at how it was done in the past. Given that we had 3 that were challenged that were overturned because of non-compliance, we looked at those first and then said, what else can we do? And what was the direction or the guidance from the appeal that we can go forward with? And we tried to shut those down. In other words, say, okay, if that's where the mistake was made, if it was not absolutely clear it was not for any sort of commercial mine, then we need to make sure it's clear that it can't be a commercial mining operation. So that's why that's the basis for how we brought these forward. I'm aware of that we received some correspondence earlier today from, I believe it was Ms. Interlandy, that further clarifies those things, but they also have other requirements tying it to water management district conditions. So haven't had a chance to discuss those with anyone. They literally came in, I think, 2 hours before this hearing started. There are other ways to do it. I'm sure some of I think there's a level of wording or nomenclature as to exactly what or when or what the mechanism is. I think we could be open to that, but again, we haven't talked about this with the applicant or the commissioner or anyone else. This is just where staff is coming from as what we think is the best that we can offer and that we've agreed. And I want to be clear on this. The applicant has agreed to all of these conditions. And so that's how we got there. I'm sorry, it's a long-winded answer, but there was a lot of thought involved to get there.
So staff is recommending approval with these conditions?
Yes.
And the zoning board,
The zoning board also recommended approval with the same condition, actually a slightly lesser set of conditions. We actually added several conditions to it, the restrictive covenant. So if you actually look back at the zoning commission record, there are similar conditions, and the language was tightened up further. It actually now, I think, has the FDEP requirements in it. Before it was a general permitting entity, and I may have been a district reference in there as well. So,
thank you so much.
Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have some questions. I think I'll start with, and I don't know whether it's staff or the applicant that needs to answer these questions, but so going back to, there was this discussion by some of the folks here today about that this hasn't been identified, which is what our comp plan says, that it is identified as a water resource. So, but you're saying that the letter we received from Drew Bartlett, who is the executive director of the South Florida Water Management District, has, in fact, you determined that they did identify it. Is there any way that could be unidentified?
The short answer is I don't know. I can expound upon that, but the problem we have is the policy language is it was written at a point in time where the concept was all of this is coming through a government process. We actually asked the applicant, but as this was a very early, in the zoning process, maybe you should consider asking to amend the comp plan to maybe expand the policy language to better address something like this. Let the board have it under a legislative, determine if you want to make a different policy, and also maybe change it from the very restrictive nature and say, maybe we want to go back and say, what does viable alternative technologies mean, or something like that. I mean, there's some room to improve the policy. That's the problem we have, is it was written at a point in time early in SERP. This is not SERP, but this is the only real guidance we have, and we have case law. I don't normally come before you would say, hey, we've got case law on this policy. It's like, we have case law on this concept. That's usually, or there's this other ruling that we're bound by, but it's not usually explicit to a policy that's an active policy.
Okay.
I wanted to say all that, just to get to, we don't have I don't know how they unidentify it. I think the assumption is they just don't get further in the other process, and then the monitoring provisions bring it back to,
Right.
So that's the cow doesn't get too far away from the barn, so to speak.
Yep. Okay. Also, people brought up, well, the South Florida Water Management District hasn't approved this, but our comp plan doesn't identify that as something.
Identified as the word specifically.
Right.
It doesn't say who, it doesn't say after it's completed the comprehensive agreement, the unsolicited bid process. Those are all things other people are putting into the reading of the policy. And, the planning director interprets it. You all as the board set the policy. You all are the ultimate interpreters of the policy of the plan. I think that's the direction this winds up going down, is that there's a lot of desires in the law, but the law says what the law says. The plan says what the plan says.
Do we have any other instances in the county where we've excavated out aggregate and then stored water?
Yes, the Palm Beach Aggregates Project. There is, was it?
Here, let me handle that.
Okay.
The original,
question.
what is now the L8 FEB, which is a fancy name for a surge tank for the STAs, that was envisioned in the SERP as a reservoir, as part of SERP, but then they needed that for the water quality enhancement of helping the STAs, so the district just took that over and said, we're going to use this for the restoration strategies, which is the water quality improvement. So that's about 48,000 acre feet. And it exists and is operational right now. Subsequent to that, there is a pure water storage, which is a C51 Phase 1, which is about 9,000 acre feet, and it's active right now. It's pretty much full, but it is connected to the FEB, and they will eventually open the gates and move together. And then right now, under construction is cell 12 and 13 of the C51 Phase 2.
So we have in the county, we have water being stored in sites that have been excavated.
Correct.
And just to clarify on the L8, the L8 was originally supposed to be for our local needs of water.
Correct. It was there to offset for sending more water from Lake Okeechobee to the Everglades, and then giving an offset to Palm Beach County and having water supply be met by that, and to harvest the water to go into tide to reduce the damaging flows to the Lake Worth Lagoon, and then use that for water supply for both the Northwest Fork and just general water recharge for well fields.
And that was taken away from us.
That was redirected.
Okay, you can use that language if you want. That's a nicer way of saying, but they took it away. So in reading policy 2.3-E, within the agricultural production future land use designation, mining may be permitted only to support public roadway projects or agricultural activities or water management projects associated with ecosystem restoration, regional water supply, or flood protection. The one area we haven't talked about is regional water supply. So it's my understanding that with the original plan for SERP, there was supposed to be regional water supply as part of it, as well as Everglades restoration. Can you expound on that for me?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, component G was about 360,000 acre feet. It consisted of 3 cells, 120 each. 240 of that was dedicated for flows to the Everglades, and the 120 was then going to be used for water supply to the south end of the EA, offsetting some of the needs for the north. And just to put in that perspective, 120,000 acre feet would be about 2 years of the full demands in the LA Canal, which would be both the city of West Palm Beach and Cypress Grove's agriculture area. So it's a meaningful volume, and also having that storage down there, even though it's not going to the Everglades, is helping trim off that really high flows that result in undesirably high levels in conservation area 3A, and make the better timing as you know, as you've heard this before, quality, quantity, timing, and distribution. And
so in essence, as you say, use as an offset, but could the water actually be moved?
it would take a lot of effort, and it'd have to be a very fairly slow amount, and it would require pumping at S5A to lift it to us. Probably they would 99% of the time try to do an offset.
And take it from somewhere else. But I know, we've had water shortages in the city of West Palm Beach, water shortage up at the Locks River, shortages that we see in the Lake Worth Drainage District canals, and they're not getting enough flows at times to keep water levels high enough to push out the salt water coming in.
And just so for that case, the offset would be, typically you release water out of 352 for Everglades demand, but when we get in droughts, they'll pump that open 352, release water from Lake Okeechobee, and lift it with S5A into the C51, where it's available either to the LA Canal or to all of eastern Palm Beach County.
And then there was a question that came up, and when I looked at there was somebody made a comment that it was 60 feet below ground, but when I looked at the documentation in this, and this may be for the applicant, the excavation for this water storage is 15 feet below ground. Did I read that correctly?
I think when I said 16 feet, she misheard that it's 60 feet.
Okay.
Because when I said you were standing on the field today as where it is, you'll look at a 16-foot hole. I think she misheard me and said 60 feet.
Thank you, Matt. You're standing here. Let me ask you I had a couple questions specifically for you. So how long have you been working on this project? Because people said
almost
it's
3 years
just
now.
popped up.
Almost 3 years now.
3 years. And did you reach out to any of these interested parties and
Yes.
talk to them?
Yes, we did. When we first started this project, we reached out to every entity or organization we could. The Everglades Foundation, the Everglades Trust, Coastal Conservation Association, anybody that would be actively involved in water in South Florida, yes, we did.
And what was the reaction that you got?
The first year or so, we provided them with the concept that we had. We actually had a meeting with Eric Eichenberg, Steve Davis, and Anna Upton on our first call with the Everglades Foundation. And at that time, we didn't have any issues at all with them. There was no pushback on the project. It was just, let's see where it goes and move forward.
At any time, did they indicate support for what you were offering?
They never had any written support. It was just, there was no negativity towards the project. It was all, we like the concept so far and keep moving.
Okay. All right. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one of the questions would be for maybe Matt. The question I have regarding the storage. One of the speakers had indicated that the water being stored wouldn't be cleaned, and it would have residue from salt, and it wouldn't be able to be used for anything. Is that the case?
No.
And what best management practices are being used to make sure that the water that's being stored is cleaned?
So the water that we would take, I guess there's some misconception there of what's coming in. The same water that we would take off the Miami Canal is the same water that would go into the EAA reservoir. Once it leaves these reservoirs, it would have to go back. It would go a route to STA 56, A2 STA, or wherever they saw fit. It's the same water that would go into the EAA that would come into ours. It all comes from Okeechobee, Miami Canal into the projects.
Thank you for that. The other question, and this could be for staff, it could be for you, where we indicate the number of years that this would take for completion. And I understand the challenge because this is not something that you do overnight.
Yes, sir.
Someone indicated that they would be 70 when this project is completed. If the project is never started, they're going to be 70 at some point anyways. But we're hoping that if this project is successful, it will provide the additional water storage and water quality measures that are necessary. Is that problematic? Because that speaker had indicated that perhaps we could shorten the time frame. What would be the result of shortening the time frame?
So the reason that we have the 70-year timeline is today we have to give you our best estimate of what it would take at current pace, construction, and other areas to achieve that goal. We have to give you the best knowledge that we can. That can be accelerated. That's the reason we've done it in cells and phases, so that we can finish a phase and turn that over and have water storage there. But that is a reasonable assumption of that time frame. And to put that in perspective, I mean, like I said, the EAA reservoir, when it's from start of first discussion to the time it's done, would be approximately 40 years.
Thank you. So this, just for clarification, this won't be salt water that will be stored?
There's no salt water coming into this reservoir.
Thank you. I think those are the bulk of my questions. I think that's the bulk of my questions for you.
Thank you,
Matt.
Thank you.
Staff, with regard to the conditions of approval, I see that the conditions of approval, especially and other commissioners went through the conditions related to planning and monitoring, so I don't want to revisit that. And there are, just so people are aware, additional conditions that are far outside of what planning and monitoring. One of the things I see is under reclamation. Prior to the final approval by the Development Review Officer, the site reclamation plan shall be submitted and approved. That's when it goes to DRO phase. So even after today, this still has to go to DRO, and they have to have an approved site reclamation plan before this could ever be implemented. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then in here, I also see a number of other provisions and conditions that are required before they could get started. I understand the applicant had indicated that they can't just start tomorrow. This would be a step, and it would be similar to any other type. This is a different type of project, but when we approve site plans, those still have building permit and everything else that they would have to go through DRO before they complete the project. This wouldn't be any different, correct?
That is correct. And to point out, every development order that the zoning brings before you, there's a disclosure condition at the end that always says that every application has to get their state and federal permits. It's also in the whereas clause of every resolution that's before the zoning as well. So.
Thank you. One of the commissioners had indicated the monitoring condition. Are you at all concerned that this is it an annual report that they will have to do in terms of monitoring what is here? Are you at all concerned that because they would be self-monitoring, that there'd be any challenges or any issues there?
I don't think so. One, because we've always relied on self-reporting for these types of projects, and the other permits that they have to, they're matter of record anyway, so they're very easily verified. The more, I think, challenging aspects are when you get into some of the more, if this was not an AP area, but it was like they were somehow constrained by what they could use the aggregate for. That kind of condition limitation would be a little strange to how do you verify and do that. So, but we don't have that kind of condition on this.
Thank you. As staff, you all have done a comprehensive look at this particular project and have reviewed it back and forth. even understand that there were similar projects that were overturned as indicated in some of the comments that happened earlier. Are you, and I think that you have, are you at all concerned that if the board is to approve this today, if it is challenged in court, that it could be overturned, or have you put measures in place to make sure that this passes all of the tests that may have been missed previously?
I see my attorney reaching, but I would tell you that the recommendation for approval, this is the best that we think we can get it. But we're certainly always open to other ideas or clarifications that can be brought forward.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. All right, so maybe I can bring it home, and then we can have a motion of some kind. Just a comment. If I were South Florida Water Management District, I wouldn't even be looking at this if it didn't have the approval of the county, because why spend all those resources to figure something out if the county's not going to approve it? So for me, this is a first step in a very long process that's going to have a lot of checks and balances on it. You all can shake your heads, it's okay, if you disagree with me. But again, if I were another governmental agency, I would say if the county doesn't approve it, why would we spin our wheels? And as you heard, there are many steps that will have to be taken in order for this project to move forward. While the applicant has said they've spent $18 million in 3 years on this, I haven't seen your receipts. I have no idea if you spent $18 million or what. But regardless, you have put in 3 years so far in trying to get this done. As for the county, you all did a yeoman's job. And if, for those folks that haven't read it, I mean, the conditions of approval are lengthy. You've done a lot of homework. The applicant put in additional approvals so that there would be a lot of checks and balances in place. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Baxter?
No, when you're done.
No, I'm going to go last. Go right ahead.
I don't have comments. I'm going to make.
Cool. I like that. All right, so the fact that we are here today, I appreciate everyone that has come. I appreciate both sides giving their opinion. My side is that I would like to see this project move forward today, just so that we get an answer one way or the other from South Florida Water Management District, whether this is a project that they will approve in the future. Again, if I were a governmental body and the first approval had to come from us, I wouldn't be doing anything unless the approval came. So I have no more comments on that. So Vice Mayor Baxter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve item number 14, CA 2023-01791, Southland Water Resource.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Baxter. I have a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that that motion carries 6-0. We will look for follow-up from all of you, and don't make it a year. All righty. This has been a long day. We actually are at the end of our regular agenda. County Attorney, Planning Director, Zoning Director.
No comment.
Hold on. I was going to back up for a second and take a moment of personal privilege. This is my swan song before you as a planning representative on zoning.
Excuse me, I know you all want to chat. Can you take it outside? Because we actually have still a little bit of a meeting left to do. So I'd appreciate it if you could quietly exit if you don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
So this is my swan song before you and a zoning authority, or sitting as the planning representative at the zoning hearings. I will still be at the county. I will be on staff. I'm just stepping away. You have a very capable and up-and-coming replacement, Travis Goodson. You've seen him in land use amendments. He's been here for zoning previously as well. He will be taking over that function. I will be retreating more to the background to do more deep dives and studies and so forth. I'm getting repurposed to historic preservation, public outreach, and some special projects. So since we have a evaluation appraisal coming up in a couple of years for the comp plan, we'll be digging into all of those things and updating the plan and whatnot. So all of those functions will be where I'm going. So I'll still be around, but this is the end of 15 years of having sat at these hearings. So what a way to go out.
Commissioner Weiss.
Hi, Brian, I want to say, I will miss you. You're just a wealth of knowledge, and your ability to take, questions from so many different directions and being able to answer those questions in a, at least for me, a very understandable way on some really complex issues. Something certainly going to miss. I'm sure Travis is going to do an excellent job, but I just want to thank you. You have made these last few years for me much more, I think, productive and effective in making proper decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Woodward.
Just wanted to echo, and I thought you were going to say you were gone, so I'm glad that you're still with us, and we'll miss you here, but thank you for everything you've done.
I actually get to work on one of your projects, the Maloney Park National Register nomination, so.
So we're going to get to be better friends after this, okay.
We'll be good friends.
Brian, it's been a joy. Thank you very much for your knowledge. It's hard when folks with knowledge move off of the position that they're in, that we got used to seeing them in. But as you said, you're not going away, which is good. So thank you. And thank you for, hanging out with us today. Where was I? PZB Executive Director.
Yes, actually, I'll go ahead and echo your comments. Just for staff's heavy lift today and the collaboration that we spent on this project specifically with Water Resources, and it was a very collaborative process. So all that came together very nicely today. Thank you, staff, and Brian. Obviously, like you said, he's not going away. Special projects, he'll probably be back before you on some of those special projects. And then just wanted to also take a moment just to thank our county administrator, because this is our last meeting before she is officially retired. So PZB just appreciates her guidance and support through the years, and we just want to publicly thank her for that. And we've given, we've done something privately, and but we just want to say something publicly that we really appreciated her all these years. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy County Administrator.
Just a quick thank you, kind of echoing Whitney's words, but Paul, Deb, and I met with the applicant a year ago, February, the first time on this project. And this board has seen a number of development projects and density increases and things like that. This one was so unique. It veered into different areas, and dragging Paul, Deb, and others into this world, along with planning and zoning staff, there was a lot of work these past 4 or 5 months. So thank you, appreciate it, and for all being together as we took on new things and worked our way through this. My appreciation.
Thank you. We're at that part in our agenda. Does anybody have any board direction?
I do.
Okay.
Does anyone else? You want to go first? Sure. Please.
So, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask that I get permission to work with staff. I'd like to bring back a resolution condemning what happened in Washington, D.C., and also we've had some incidents happen around here in Florida, anti-Semitic, so just condemning what was done and the hateful language that's being used, unfortunately, too often.
Do you just need direction for this? It's not a motion, right?
I think I just...
I think without objection from the board, I think that would be fine.
And then I can bring back a resolution, and if everybody approves it, that's okay.
Perfect. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I had sent a memo to everyone yesterday, so just following up with that, I'd like to give board direction without objection to request staff to draft a resolution renaming portions of Southern Boulevard in anticipation of House Bill 987 being signed into law. We want to honor the deputies, and one of the ways they're doing it, not by name, but they are calling it PBSO Motorman Highway for a portion of Southern, and for another portion of Southern, naming it after Donald J. Trump. And that's the resolution we'd like to see.
Without any objection, I think perfect. Going forward, would that be great? You can bring that back to us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner comments? Commissioner Powell, anything you'd like to add?
I want to thank Brian for his service here, and I want to thank the entire staff. As you all know, this was a controversial, or I wouldn't say, it was a challenging item today, and you all did a lot of research and work. Sometimes people don't know how much goes into a project like this, and making sure that you have done the research and met with the individuals and the different entities and done everything necessary to get us to this point where we are today. We met with a lot of people and we received thousands of emails, but these are the times that are really important. So I want to thank you all for your hard work, and thank you, Whitney, for making sure our staff is on point. And with that, wish everybody a good weekend.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of District 4, I would like to request an off-site proclamation declaring May 27, 2025 as Rabbi David Steinhardt Day.
Second.
Oh, 5. I'm sorry, 5. I can't count this late in the evening.
All in favor, all opposed, that motion carries 6-0.
And again, I just want to thank you. I want to thank staff. You did a tremendous job today. I mean, we had a lot of cases you had all prepared for, and then we had a major case. And so you all, congratulations, thank you, and much appreciated.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
So I do want to commend staff on good job, especially on a topic that we're not, doesn't come across the desk all that often. Probably the first or second time that we've probably seen this. I do want to make a suggestion that moving forward, we do not start these at 1 o'clock. I understand there was,
It won't happen again.
so we should perhaps do it on a Wednesday, like yesterday, would have been perfect. I also don't think it's right for staff to be here till 7 o'clock at night working, so. If we have to because it goes extra long, but starting it at 1, I don't think it's probably the best practice. So I would appreciate if we look at the schedule in advance so that it doesn't coincide with TPA and that we move it to a Wednesday or even a Friday, I don't care.
We will
Thank you.
definitely take that into consideration, definitely do that from now on. Wendy's will start the calendar in June, and we'll make sure that that's what happens.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Flores. And I'd like to just put TPA could help us out a little bit too. There's 5 of us on their board, and if they want county participation, maybe they don't have their meetings on our zoning days. There's shared calls here. But I agree, we should have these meetings earlier. Thank you all. I echo what everyone's already said for the work that went into this today and our history lessons that we all got to learn a lot of good things on this. And I just wanted to let everyone know, happy Memorial Day. I will be at the Veterans Park service Monday morning at 9:30. They have a really good service there, and if, honor our veterans that didn't make it home. That's what Memorial Day is about. So I'd just like to remind everyone this weekend, as you celebrate, take some time to think of the ones that were fallen. So thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, board. It's been a long day. And with that, have a safe and reflective Memorial Day weekend.
Do I not get to make comments?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Yes, you absolutely get to say comments.
I promise I'll be brief.
Vice Mayor, I apologize.
I too would like to thank staff for all your hard work, for putting this together, for answering our questions, for doing a great job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I echo my fellow commissioner sentiment with not starting these at 1 o'clock. So, and I believe that was it. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and we are adjourned. You know what, when I go there and then here, I should just go like this.
to Inside PBC, where we highlight what's going on inside Palm Beach County. Your public input is requested for plans on how to use federal grant dollars for affordable housing, public improvements, social services, and economic development in Palm Beach County. The Department of Housing and Economic Development will hold public meetings beginning in June. And hurricane season officially begins June 1st and runs through November 30th. It's expected to be a very active season. Planning and preparation are essential. Emergency management wants to remind everyone to make a plan with their loved ones, build a kit with supplies to last several days in the event of a hurricane. Be informed as watches and warnings are issued, and stay involved within the community. For all of this and more, visit our website at pbc.gov.
It's such a beautiful day to be out on the water, but operating a boat isn't as simple as just jumping in and turning a key. Here are some simple tips to make sure everyone has a safe and enjoyable day on the boat. Before we get on the boat, we have to have a plan, a checklist. And like any motor vehicle, it's important to ensure your boat is in safe operating condition while at the dock, not in the middle of the water. Check for any damage to your boat. Is your registration up to date? Make sure you have enough life jackets, fire extinguishers, and other safety equipment on board, such as a trauma kit. The U.S. Coast Guard offers a complete vessel safety checklist, which is available on our website. Check your fuel levels the night before your trip. Refer to your owner's manual to ensure you're using the correct fuel for your boat. Be careful of overfilling the tank, as it can lead to fuel spills in the water. It's important to make a plan and stick to it. Are you planning to go fishing? Or maybe you want to visit one of the county's beautiful parks. Stick to your plan so you can bring the right supplies before you leave. It's crucial to pack enough water and food for your journey, even if you're bringing adult beverages. Make sure there's enough water for everyone on board, especially on those hot, sunny days. Additionally, check the weather and water conditions the night before. Be mindful of how many guests and how much gear you're bringing on board. It's important to give everyone enough room to move around safely. Plus, overloading your boat can throw off its balance, affecting your ability to operate the vessel safely. Once everyone is boarded, it's important to conduct a safety orientation with everyone in case an emergency.